What's going on YouTube? It's White Matters again, back again for another live stream. I hope you are all doing well. If you're listening live or you're listening on the playback, how you guys doing, or how you guys and ladies doing on this back again Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, wherever you are listening around the world. And today, this live stream is going to be about an important topic. Now, to be fair, I usually do important topics anyway. That's what I believe. But today is going to be a very much more serious topic about really a situation which particularly us as, I will say, not just black men, but men in general, I have to say this, men in general seem to have an aversion to want to discuss, be it public perception, where it be stigma. And to be fair, I will be honest and say that a lot of the stigma over the years have definitely gone down. Particularly here, you see the Mental Health Week. Obviously, you see what's going on with Prince Harry and the royal family, and how a lot of people now aren't as, let's just say, afraid to discuss their mental issues, how they feel, what's caused them issues, what's causing the problems that, you know, they still see even in their big age. Because a lot of times we put a lot of these things down to potentially just a phase in our life. But as we've seen throughout history, these things a lot of times doesn't ever leave us, what happens in our childhood, and even continuing on to this age. So this topic today is definitely going to be focused more about, again, how social stigma, stereotypes causes mental health issues. And I've got a special guest who's currently waiting in the background. You would have seen him all around YouTube anyway, but I've got a special guest who will be having a discussion in regards to almost like his mental health and his take on obviously things that gone in his life. So, but before I do that, I just wanted to almost set the scene, the backdrop, just because, again, one thing which we talk about a lot, but we're not aware about, is just how prevalent mental health issues are in the black community. I think one of the things which I've realized, and which I didn't realize, was just the sheer volume, the sheer amount of black men in particular who have actually been detained under the the Mental Health Act, and just how prevalent it is along a lot of black people, a lot of black men. There's a lot of black uncles, friends that I've met, who I'm just like, wow, this is a serious issue, and something that doesn't get talked about enough. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to play a couple of videos and show you all a statistic, just to sort of bring it all to life, just so you know that, you know, if anyone has an issue out there, you're not alone. This isn't something which is brand new. This isn't something which you'll be going about by yourself. Disclaimer. I am not a psychologist. I do not have a degree. I am not a professional. This is just me going to be chopping up with, I'll say, a friend on YouTube that I've come to like for a bit of time right now. So this isn't like an intervention. This is just having a discussion. So disclaimer. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play a couple of videos. I can see a few people in the chat already. Skittles Man Reloaded, how's it going? I hope you guys are having a great evening. KB Jones, thanks for joining us all. Fiona, hey, how's it going? Glad you can join us this live. And yes, I'm not going to forget to say fair use. I mean, I'm going to, hopefully the videos are short, or what I'm going to play is short. So I'm hoping it's not going to get taken down like last time, because, oh my days, yeah. That was a interesting situation. So it should only be a small snippet of 2 videos. One video short anyway, and the other one I'm just going to play like 10 minutes at best. But yes, YouTube, fair use. Okay, so you don't be hitting me with no copyright strikes. Now, let's get into this right now. I'm just going to play the first video and we'll go from here. So let's get into it.
For over 2 years, I didn't utter a single word about my depression to anyone. I was too ashamed. But then I decided to out myself. I wrote a blog, closed my laptop, and I went to sleep. So I've woken up a couple of hours later, and yeah, I had a crazy amount of messages from people. After that response, I started to look into black mental health, and what I found shocked me. I'm 17 times more likely to be diagnosed with a serious mental health issue. That's scary. And I'm also 6 times more likely than a white man to be an inpatient or sectioned to a mental health hospital.
We keep on putting black communities in rundown, poor, deprived areas, generation upon generation, and expect them to do what better than the last generation. So there's something about living in a ghetto that isn't good for us anyway.
Like me, 26-year-old Ashley has personal experience of mental health problems. 5 years ago, he was diagnosed with psychosis, a condition whose symptoms can include hallucinations and paranoia.
When I was 8, I went into care. I stayed in that care home for like nearly 8 years, but I wasn't getting the love that I needed. So when I got into psychosis, I started going down like demons, superheroes, people with power, supernatural.
All right, then. So that was the first video, as you've seen. So that is, it's like a BBC Three short snippet talking about mental health in the black community and how, again, you heard 17 times more likely to be sectioned under the Mental Health Act. And I'm just going to show again, I'm just going to show a statistic because this is the video that I did. And the thing is, here's the one thing I'm going to say on this as well, is one of the things which was talked about in that video was about, or one of the reasons that they believe that was the case is purely because of some of the living areas that we've been in, like the ghettos. We live in deprived areas, which is true predominantly. But I just want to say that this doesn't seem to be something which is limited to how much money you have or what area you have. Because I don't know if you know the famous actor David Harewood. He's a brother who wrote a book saying Maybe I Don't Belong Here, who talks about his mental health issues, and he's an actor, a very well-esteemed actor. So it's not just, it seems, along lower social class. It seems to be exactly over a wide spectrum. So this is not something which I've seen limited just class only. But again, hopefully we're going to get into that. So I'm just going to share one of the statistics that I've seen. And again, I'm hoping we can all have a discussion as to why do you think this is, why do you think we seem to be going through a lot of these issues that we're going through, and has that contributed to the mental health issues that we've had. But I just want to show you again, just to bring it to life, just the stats that I've seen. And again, this is based on the governmental website. So this is their statistics, not mine. And they've broken down the number of detentions under the Mental Health Act per 100,000 people, again, by ethnicity. And here's what you can see. From 2017 to 2019, 2020, you can see clearly above anything that we are seriously at risk. So blacks above anyone is at risk in regards to being sectioned. So there's one thing about having a mental health issue which can be noted, but this is something completely different. This is the detention. So this is where things get to such a stage where police are normally called in. You are normally, a lot of times, aggressively detained, sectioned. It's no joke. So it's not something where I'm just saying it's just a simple mental health issue where people have that depression and take a few things. No. This is that next level of we are being detained under the Mental Health Act. So if this ain't real for you guys, I don't know what it is, but it's serious business. I just want to share that sort of statistic with you guys. And yeah, so exactly what I mean when I say the statistics are not on our side. So I can see a few more people in the building. Just want to say what's up to everybody else. Mateus, how's it going? Can a depressed person lose interest in you because they are depressed? Potentially. I know not a bad energy. That can be a case where if you are depressed, yep, you can lose interest. A lot of these things will just spiral out of control. But again, just want to preface, I am not a psychiatrist, so I am not a person to, I would say, be listening to the advice regarding psychological issues. I am not best placed. This is just a simple conversation. That's all this is going to be. So the next video I'm going to play, I'm hoping this isn't going to get stricken down again. So again, fair use YouTube, fair use. This is just in regards to, again, it goes into more mental health, but just identity issues, which is one of the things which I've clocked on with a lot of us black people in the UK that a lot of us seem to really struggle with. So I just wanted to share this sort of almost video because the title of this stream is White in Blackface. So one of the things I've noticed a lot of us, and I was interested to hear the chat, whether you've ever experienced this at one point in your life, particularly in a white dominated society, that you've always felt or wished, let me just say, that you wasn't actually black. So I'm just going to play this 10-minute clip because this video actually goes on for a lot longer, but I just want to play this Very, very short clip. Again, I don't want to get hit by no copyright strike. So again, YouTube, fair use, fair use, fair use. So let's get it.
How would I describe myself? And that is a very, very good question.
I would describe myself as formidable.
Easygoing, very laid back, can be serious and can't be serious at times.
I think I describe myself as somebody who is loyal, committed, very passionate.
I'm a 21-year-old student and I would describe myself as African Caribbean.
I describe myself as mature, hardworking and friendly.
I would describe myself as a little bit reserved, although I am confident.
Hardworking young man, 23.
I would describe myself as a black female, an outgoing person, a bubbly person, very loud.
A young individual, somewhat of a simple individual, but also someone who has depth.
I would describe myself as mixed race, dual heritage, African Caribbean and Scots. Very proud of the Scots side as well.
Bit of both. I'm kind of serious sometimes, funny, hardworking, honest, helpful. I'm a musician, very dedicated about music, very passionate about music.
Wow. Loud.
How do I see myself? Tough question, isn't it? Say vibrant.
It's outspoken. Very loud at times, yeah. But to the point, yeah, no nonsense woman.
Kind of hard to put myself into words. I'm like a kind of like a mashup of experiences and different things. So I'm just me. I'm just me.
When I was growing up, I didn't see the color of my skin. My best friends were a Sikh guy, Jagdeep Thakur, a Hindu guy, Ajit Patel, Mornington Tilly, Muslim, and Philip Waite, who was English Christian. We used to go around to each other's houses, drink tea, you know, talk about things and have a great time. We didn't see color, we didn't see religion.
There was times, I remember, especially going to Glenbot School in the first year, where I used to wish I was white, you know, because I was the only black child there. And when if you've never been called this in your life and you come from a family where you don't see that kind of aggression and it's hurtful. And you get it from the teachers, you get it from the girls or the boys, or they ask just silly questions. Have you got a tail?
I remember when I was probably about 6, in between 6 and 9, and I just remember being at home. This is when we lived in Bestwood Estate in Nottingham, and I was sitting on my mum's lap, and I think my auntie Joy, my mum's second oldest sister, was round, and we just happened to be talking, and somehow we got onto the topic, and I thought I was white, you know? I was there having like as an intelligible conversation or debate with my auntie as possible, but I was saying, no, Auntie Joy, listen, I'm white. And she's like, no, Ramon. She's trying to explain to me the best she can, but that for me, when you said that you used to want to be white, that happened.
And know? For me, it was like, I want to be accepted.
Yeah.
You know, because I didn't feel what they felt, you know, and I didn't know what caused it. So I just wanted to be friends, let's get on, and I'm just like you, I'm no different.
Yeah.
And I thought if I could change myself slightly, then will you accept me? You know?
Yeah. Things like wanting straight hair. Like I remember.
Well, I did all that as well.
Yeah. I remember PE times, you know, I don't know, we'd finish having PE and everyone's getting ready again. And my white friends, they'd just go up to the tap, put some water in their hands like that. And I'd think, why can't I do that?
Yeah.
Why it just shrinks, you know?
I enjoyed secondary school, however, I think...
Right, I'm gonna stop it right there because again, I don't want to get hit by any copyright strikes, even though I did say fair use. But I just wanted to kind of just show that little bit there, just to show exactly what people have. I think a lot of black people at some point of their time have probably faced at some point of time, whether they feel like they're, let's just say, not black, or to be accepted in wider society, they have to be white or white acting. And right now, I'm just going to bring onto the stream my special guest tonight, Vincent. How's it going?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you. In the chat, let us know whether you can hear everyone clearly. Vincent, Vincent let me know that he's kind of struggling with a cold. But yeah, in the chat, press 1 if you can hear everything. Cool. But yeah, so Vincent, so yeah, obviously with the topic in regards to today is white and blackface, how social stigma, stereotypes causes mental health issues. Right. And obviously we've been talking quite a bit, and your story and how you've been feeling, how you felt over the years has definitely been interesting, and it's the inspiration behind this live stream. So I suppose let's sort of get into this right now. So let's get into the sort of the Q&A. What I will do, chat, is we'll go through this sort of section where I'll ask him, Vincent, we'll have a discussion, a bit of a Q&A, and then after that we'll open the panel, and then we'll get into it. So Vincent, let's do the first one. Tell us a little bit about yourself, things that you want to disclose, of course.
So yes, I'm a pretty boring person. Recently just turned 22. I'm Brett, living in Florida. I'm currently in uni, going to soon be going for my masters, and I'm hoping to become an airline pilot one day. So yeah.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. So to a lot of the chat, Vincent, you're not new to everyone, so you've been in the chat, so no, it's cool. But it's nice to have you, front and center stage. Yeah. But no, you're a lot of things, Vincent. But boring is definitely not the one I would call at all. So don't ever sell yourself short.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of things which a lot of people wouldn't have the balls to do. I'm telling you right now. Yeah. So right, so let's get into this then. So Vincent, mental health. So how would you describe your mental health presently?
Yeah, so obviously as of now, I'll say I'm doing good up there. I feel a lot confident compared to my younger years. I'm proud and also going about my purpose. But I have had my ups and downs. As you can imagine, moving to a new country, for example, immersing myself in a new culture, it was tough initially. But myself and family, we got through it. With my mental health, I would say is more so to do with cultural identity issues, right? And my weight problems. When I first initially moved to the US, I ballooned up to 250 pounds. Obviously now I've lost a lot of weight, thank God. But it was kind of hard, moving between different groups, talking to different groups of people, because I just never really felt I could fit in one place. Like in the video that you just played, right? The guy who at first, he said he thought he was white. I'm gonna say I kind of had that mentality, but I never said that I was white, if that makes sense. I guess my mindset, because in my primary school years, it was in a predominant white area, so I kind of thought more like the other white kids. Obviously, I did have some ignorant remarks made towards me, but I didn't really think too much of it at the time. But I
was going to ask you that question because you mentioned obviously at primary school, your environment clearly had an impact on you being in a sort of a whitely dominated environment. And so would you say that was just the beginning in terms of your age, that you can remember now? Because obviously I'm assuming you would record it probably differently at that age than you do now. So, but would you say that's sort of the origin of where it all started, if you like,
okay, wait, are you saying where it all started from? So,
well, what you can remember, I suppose, is that sort of where you say, I just don't fit in already at that point, or is there an earlier point you can remember that you thought you're just different? You already knew you're different.
Yeah, I would probably say it probably does start from there, right? Because obviously me coming from a Nigerian heritage, right, Nigerian background, and then comparing it to my classmates who obviously white English. For example, our mentality, just the way we saw things, it could even be, schoolwork, right? My mum always made sure that I did my homework on time and everything. My classmates, mostly all white, they they didn't really bother with it. Just little things like that, right? Even when it came to lunchtime, right? My mum actually would always pack rice and stew or plantain, things like that for me. And then I see my other classmates there, having a typical English lunch, right? They would always say, "Oh, Vincent, what's that over there that that you're eating?" And I remember one instance where this one boy's name was Michael. Um, it was so we have beef fry in our delicacy, right? He thought it was a monkey or something like that, and it was just things like that that it was quite embarrassing, if that makes sense.
No, no,
The whole laughing at me, right? And I'm gonna say to a slight degree, I was kind of ashamed or embarrassed, right, to be seen as African or Nigerian. It was just, it did have its ups and downs, but yeah, that's one of the instances that I experienced.
no, it's fair. I mean, one of the things I was going to ask is, were you like almost constantly sort of teased by that kind of stuff, or was it just things where, oh, it's different, but they sort of got used to it, sort of thing?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that obviously because it's foreign, right, to them. It's a lot of ignorance, right? They to them it's not something that they're used to, so they would ask questions. And other times, maybe not so much because they're used to me seeing, or they are used to me, I guess, having these weird, as they call it, but to me that's normal. Things, right, or cultural norms to me, which is normal. Yeah, that's that's it pretty much for that one.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And you mentioned something as well, which a lot of people who are black seem to not really know this about a lot of white people, because you said that you were getting on studying, being good, where a lot of the white kids weren't. And it's always interesting because those people who've been around enough white people long enough know that white people aren't all the stereotype. You see what I mean? Interesting how you said that you were trying to get on and do the good thing, and almost that was seen as a bad thing, and yet you're in a white environment. So talk me through that. I mean, were you teased for just being like goody goody two shows, like a geek and neat? Was that sort of the?
Yes, I was, but here's the thing, right? There, I wasn't the only black child in the classroom, right? There was others. The other ones, I think there was like 5 of us. It was like a class of 24, 25, so there was like 4 or 5 black children, right? They were all Caribbean. They were really the ones who gave me the most flack, right? And also the white kids, but mostly it was from the other black children that I experienced it from. They were always saying, "Why do you always have to do your homework?" Or for example, if everyone forgot to do their homework, right, and the teacher might have simply forgotten about it. Me being the only one, I did kind of get a lot of hate from other members in the class. It was, yeah. As you're all saying, right? Yeah, it wasn't the best experience, I guess. Being the one always being the smarty pants, I guess, in the class, so I was always called. But I was often called a neek. Growing up, at the time it was kind of a bit. It didn't really do very well on my side, as you can imagine. But due to my mum's, right. But due to my mum's upbringing and just her stern ways, I had no choice but to comply, right, or else I would be in for a beating at home. So. Yeah.
No, and that's another thing which I was going to ask as well. But beforehand, I just want to say hi to everyone. So, Charles, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Please make sure that you like and subscribe if you are new. A couple people I've not seen here before. Falcon Black, how's it going? What's up? Appreciate everyone for stopping by on this Sunday evening or afternoon, wherever you are listening around the world on the playback. So, I know you mentioned that because obviously it wasn't just white kids who were giving you slack, but black kids. But you particularly said Caribbean kids. So is this almost, because I know you talked about this a few bits, but just you haven't heard this. Is this the start of where you started to hate Caribbean kids for, oh, here we go again? The Caribbean started to give you the I hate these Caribbeans. I hate them.
No. I never. Now that I think back, it wasn't a hate, but it was just a bit of dislike. At the time, I never really realized, because you're Caribbean or African. I never had that mentality that, okay, they're Caribbean, I'm African. That wasn't the case. It was just now when I look back on it, I look at, who's from where, it was like the cool kids, you know, almost all black, right? They were all Caribbean, and I guess the Africans, it was kind of like looked down on. It was just not really seen as cool. But the reason why I keep bringing that up is because it was in secondary school. That's where I even got a bit more heat, right? Obviously, you know, I was often called a neek or a nerd because I just always did my homework. I did what I was told, and did that. I you know, some of the most hard kids, right? I just never fit in with them, right? They would make it clear to me that I'm not one of them, that I'm not really black, or and even at times they would even say that, are you even really Nigerian, because the way you act or speak, it's almost like you are a black boy, a white boy dipped in chocolate. So
you know, I just want to get in on that one, because this is perfect, because you know what kills me? I will say this. I do relate to a lot of things that you've said in regards to how I've been. Maybe not some of the extent, but just in regards to the stigma and the stereotype. Because what's interesting to me is you went to, obviously, primary school was majority white with obviously black kids, and you had that stereotype lumped on you in regards to almost you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing based on the color of your skin. Right. But now we fast forward to your secondary school years, and now it's the environment is mostly black, if I'm correct.
Right.
And now, were you expecting to have more people like you, or more of a diverse group of people like you, who you could say, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna fit in more or better," purely because, let's be honest, if everyone's black here, then everyone it shouldn't be that much of a difficult situation. Right. But it seems as if the stigma was harsher and more by our own people than white people. Would that be a fair assessment?
Right.
Was it the black kids who told you're acting like a white man? You're like a white man dipped in chocolate. It wasn't white kids who told you that, was it? It was black kids, right?
Yeah, it was black kids, right? For the white kids, right? In primary school, it was just more like, you know, it was just more just a soft tease. It was like, oh, you know, why are you always doing that? But they didn't really care too much, if that makes sense. It was just, you know, here and there, just, you know, just a few ignorant statements. But it wasn't like, you know, the way they did it wasn't like harsh or outrightly racist, if that makes sense. It was just more obviously a lot of ignorance on their part. But it was you know, and I don't really like doing the whole, oh, you know, it was the Caribbeans here or Africans here, but I'm just kind of just bringing up what, you know, my experiences, right? The Caribbean kids really they just, for some, you know, for some odd reason, they just made it very clear to me that, one, they just didn't like me at all, two, they just didn't even really see me as a black person, really. And you know, someone even said that, I remember one boy growing up even said that I really should have just been born mixed race or even white, to be honest. You know, that even other African kids or you know, when they say African kids, really it's just the names of the other African children. So you know, they would say I'm not even like them. It's like I'm not as black or African sounding like them, if that makes sense. So yeah, it was obviously kind of upsetting. You know, it was your own that did it to you the most, but hey, it is what it is, right?
And at this point then, so clearly you're going through a rough time at school, and here's the thing, because the school is the majority of your life at this point, or any child's life, so it's the majority of your school days. So in terms of support networks at home, is this something you could have spoke about with your relatives, your parents at home? Is this something which you did talk about?
Yeah, I did, and I don't know, I'm pretty sure, you know, you're aware of this, right? My you know, mum, and I did remember when I was very young, I was telling my grandmother about this, and my grandmother in particular, she's not fond of Caribbeans at all. She and also my mum too. Also growing up, she always told me, you stay far away from those Jamos, JAMOS, which is a nickname that we give for people of Caribbean descent or anyone who's Jamaican, really.
Hear that, Caribbeans? You guys have been fucking up far too long.
Yeah, I know. And it was because I did get a lot of hate, and if I was in some sort of altercation, which I did get into, a few times I had to actually fight some kids because they for some reason they just felt the need just to show that they're better than me or that, right? And you know, obviously when my mum would get the call that I've been involved in a fight or something, you know, first of all, I would get a beating of my life for even being involved in that.
Oh wow! Even if it wasn't your fault.
Yeah, that's just how it was. I would get a beating of my life, being told very silly for allowing that. When I was younger, I couldn't really express myself. I don't know, I was kind of a little bit late in that development. I wasn't as developmentally compared to my other counterparts. For some reason, I don't know, I was just a bit behind there. But you know, over the years, I have told my mum about it, and she said, "Oh wow, like she's really sorry about that." And yeah, oh, sorry, I've forgotten the question.
No, that's fine. I mean, you actually said it perfectly, because at the time, then it looks like your mum wasn't really as understanding as probably you'd want them to want her to
No,
be.
she wasn't. No,
Yeah,
no. She
situation.
was too African centric, let me tell you that. Very, it was like very cutthroat. It was like you had to be well behaved, you follow the rules, there was just no excuses whatsoever. And yeah, it was just, and then, you know, get grounded and have to do multiple homeworks, and yeah, it was, you know, chores in the home. That's how I was disciplined. So yeah, I mean, the few times I did tell her about it, she just said, just ignore them, and you know, yeah, clearly she just didn't understand. But now, you know, I have now, you know, told my mum the last year or two what really happened when I was in my primary school days, and now she really understood, and she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I had no idea." And I said to her, "Well, I don't know, maybe because when you were younger, you just didn't, you know, understand, you know." But yeah.
No, I definitely understand. Well, I definitely empathize with your viewpoint, because obviously you're at that age, and this is the thing I hate when parents and even teachers will say, "Oh, just ignore it," and like you're living with it every day. It's not as if you ignore it and it's gonna, you know, you're seeing that kids or those kids every single day. It's not as if you can just ignore it. So I really empathize, and I hate that type of advice to give kids, because it's like, well, that's not really helpful advice, because you have to try and navigate those world. So I suppose talk me through sort of your mental health at this stage then. So you were really obviously going through it because you had pressures from home to succeed.
Right.
And so, and you also had pressures to, now this is actually, this is a question then. So did you feel that you had two pressures, one to succeed from your family, and then almost not to succeed, to almost to fit in with the kids?
Right. Yeah, you've just said it perfectly well. Right. Obviously at the time I never thought of it that way, right? But really and truly, if I'm going to be honest with you, it was mostly more so from home, right? Because that's, at the end of the day, where am I going? I'm going home. I'm living in the same roof as my parents. So, you know, and the family, right, telling me that you have to be this, you have to be that, you know, comparing me to my cousins that, you know, have made it big, and, you know, they're driving the fancy luxury cars and everything, and saying that, you know, for example, my mum always telling me that you must go to uni, you know, you must get your masters. And, you know, at the moment, right, she's even trying to push me to pursue a PhD. And you know, that, like, for me, there was just no excuses. I must attain a six-figure type salary job, and it was just, the pressure was just almost unbearable at times. And, you know, even if I did complain, it was just, oh, you know, that you know, yeah, it's normal, but, you know, you still have to succeed. That, remember, you are black, you have to do 3 times better than you know, the other white kids. And then, you know, when I go to school, right, you know, the other black kids, predominantly Caribbean as well, they you know, they'll tell me that, why am I being a neek, or that I can't remember, you know, those popular slang cuss words that they have. Yeah, pretty much it was just, I was just a lame, right? I was just boring. Yeah, that sort of thing. It was just, I was just seen as uncool. I was not really that popular at all during secondary school. But
no, fair enough. And that's the question. Were there like African kids? Because obviously, I was gonna ask a 2-part question.
Right.
You say that your home life was stereotypical for a lot of Africans, or was it more different? Because obviously other families are different anyway, even if you're from the same regions. Just because certain families may be a bit more relaxed, some families are a bit more harsher, just based on, it could be anything, social class, standing, tribe, maybe. Did you?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I've never ever had any bad experiences with other African kids. As a matter of fact, I had, yeah, two really close friends. That one was Nigerian, the other was Ghanaian as well. Yeah,
And
they
can relate to sort of your
they can, and I actually speak about this with them at times. You know, for example, my Ghanaian friend, right? Yeah, he had also very similar upbringing to mine as well, where it was immense pressure to do very well, and also my Nigerian friend as well. Yeah, it was incumbent that, look, you have to succeed no matter what. Like, there's just, you know, there's no excuse. You know, and they didn't really face bullying in comparison to me. I don't know why that was. I guess it's because with me, my mum always like taking me to school, dropping me off, and from school kind of showing off a bit. I've told you a bit about my family background, right? Yeah, with them, they'll take the bus. But no, with me in particular, for some reason, I just got the most heat. I do not know why. I have spoken to a few other mates of mine that grew up, and they said the reason why is because they were jealous, or I don't know, for some reason they just, yeah, they just, I don't know.
No, that's so interesting. That's so
but,
interesting because, the jealousy is such a, it's a. I'll be honest with you, is one of the cardinal sins in the black community for whatever reason, and a lot of black people always wish they were in a situation where they'll have the things which it seemed like you had, or they perceived you to have, even though I'm pretty sure they would not want to swap your home life with their home life. I bet even me, I'm like, there's no chance. There's probably no chance I would want to be in a situation where the pressure to succeed is at a situation where, if I'll be honest with you, I mean, would you say that's the sort of the main, I know you had a lot of issues at school, but was that the main cause of your mental health issues, just the home pressures?
You're saying at home growing up and then the home.
Well, this is it. Do you think if I was to give a percentage of what is the main cause of having mental health issues at that time, would it be home pressures, school pressures? How would you
I would say that. Yeah, pretty much, because again, like
30, 20, how would you do it? How would you?
Yeah, I would say home pressures in school life. I mean, because pretty much home life and school life, that was my life. I didn't have a life outside of that. Like, I was never ever allowed to go out of the home.
Really?
Yeah, my teenage years, I really do not remember going out, apart from if it was just church or going shopping, right? Yeah, I know that's how dead my life was. Yeah, like for example, if I said to my mum, "Hey, mum, I would like to go to my mate's house, this and that," and she'll say, "No, no, you will not go unless I'm very close with their parents," that sort of thing. So I do not remember having any of that outgoing experiences compared to most of the other kids, right? They could go to Croydon Town Centre, hang out with girls, that sort of thing. For me, that was a big fat no.
Wow. So nothing even like sports. I think sports is actually quite for kids. It's
I did that. Yeah, no, I did actually in secondary school. I did rugby, right? I was allowed to play that, but after my mum had to know the exact day. She had to talk to my coach and know exactly when did they finish, and she'll be right outside the school gates waiting for me in her car. Occasionally I was allowed to take the school bus, the London Red bus to school. Here and there I would, but preferably she does kind of have a classist mindset. She would say, well, you shouldn't really be on those buses mingling with those actually, I was about to say the word.
You can say that word, Jabbo. You're gonna say Jabbo. You're gonna say that word.
I would just soften the blow and just, to her, is she was the one where I really caught the word degenerate. I don't want you mingling with those degenerate no bodies, pretty much. That they are going to influence you. And I don't know. My mom just has a big stigma against Caribbeans. She said, I don't want to see you mingling with those Jamo kids or those kids of Caribbean descent, that they are not good people. Do you understand? And it was just drilled into me. Yeah, I know, I agree, KB. Right, yeah. Croydon was quite kind of tough. It was. I went to, it was the all boys school. I went to. You guys can search it up because there's only like 2 boys schools. The one that's more predominantly black. Yeah, it was rough. I'm not gonna lie, it was. But at the time when I entered the school, it was one of the best schools in London until when I was in year 9. That's when it changed, and yeah, it just kind of went downhill. But I've almost forgotten the question again. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you were just talking about, obviously, your mother wouldn't allow you to really do anything extracurricular activities except for like rugby and stuff. So,
Right.
no, that's fair enough. Now, you mentioned you went to all boys school then. So, would you say that? Well, it's kind of an obvious question then. So, you had more of an issue with boys as opposed to with girls?
Yeah, I did. Right, I did. I just want to say real quick, right, in primary school, my biggest bully was this mixed race girl. She was half Jamaican, half British. She absolutely hated my guts for whatever reason. I do not know why up to this day. She, last time I found out, she's now become a single mother. So how ironic is that? But Yeah, her and her crew, right? 3, 4 other girls.
I've not heard in a long time. Crew. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right.
No. That's the word I remember when I was younger. So no, it's cool.
Yeah, alongside her sisters, as I called them. I just called them witches growing up. Yeah, they were, one was Bayesian, the other got Grenadian, yeah, Jamaica. But yeah, they were just, again, right. Yeah, they would always bully me, right, and they would always say, for example, they would say things like, "You Nigerians are batty boys," or especially during IT, right? They would like pull up, the poor side of Nigeria, just the worst images that you could find, or just the worst stereotypes, and say things like that. And I don't, honestly, I just can't understand why the hate was towards me. But look at how life has turned out for them. They're now in living on benefits in a council flat, and I'm here doing my thing and succeeding. So,
and this is it, isn't it? And the thing,
go on.
That's probably, I'm going to say, the hardest thing you could ever tell a child at that age, because it's the long game, isn't it?
Right.
You can't see it because you're living in that moment. And how can you tell a child in 5 years, 10 years, it's going to come back to you? Because again, you're in that moment, and again, it's still living with you right now. Even though I can tell you definitely seem to have a bit more of a mature head on it, it still stinks.
It does, really does, honestly, because at times, I've had a few mental breakdowns actually, when I went home from school as well, because sometimes the bullying was just a bit too intense. But it is what it is. And I see what Fiona's saying in the chat. Yeah, and I agree, Fiona. Yeah, I'm not going to let my school experience tarnish my perspective. No, I agree, because here in America, I've met a lot of Jamaican Americans, Haitian Americans, a lot of them actually, and those from Barbados, the Bahamas, are fantastic, awesome people. And some of the people that gave me a hard time, they actually apologized, so they're really sorry for what they did. And yeah, that's fine. It's just, hey, we were kids. That's just how it was back then, right?
Sometimes I feel like saying fuck that, because it's not as if they weren't big enough to know what they were doing. But I get you. It's the hardest thing to do is to forgive. But do you know when it's not provoked? Because it didn't seem like any of these things were sort of provoked. But a lot of these times I'm like, there's fuck that, because there's situations where there was absolutely no need for it. No, I'm glad. I'm still glad that they did say, they apologized. And the fact that, you're doing your thing. Because I do want, one thing I will want to say is, I do like to see good people succeed, and I hate to see bad people, succeed. And say whatever you want to say, I don't give a shit. But
sorry, can I just? Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, people like yourself, who do the right thing, they're the ones who should be living life large. So yeah, sorry, you're gonna say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. It's just what KB wrote in the chat, right? He said, "I hear you at Fiona. However, Nigerians hate us Ghanaians just as much." To be honest, KB, I don't know about that, because to be honest, I think it's actually the opposite. And the reason why that is, right, just a few times, right, whenever I got into an altercation with some of the kids, I guess, from the islands, right, I've noticed, right, that a few of the Ghanaians, right, they would always side with the Caribbeans over us Nigerians. I don't know. This is just something I've kind of been noticing over the years. I don't know.
I've heard that Ghana and Nigeria used to have like a friendly sort of.
Yeah, they are, but they can also be frenemies as well at the same time.
Right,
it's like
right.
we like and we dislike, but no, with me, it's all love from my side. I don't dislike anyone, but yeah.
You got you. But yeah, it seems as if you were kind of like on your own island, I suppose yourself. You could argue.
At times, yeah, it was almost like Nigerians versus everyone else. At times, that's what it felt like. But yeah,
wow. So then, let's sort of fast forward then. So you've managed to make it out of secondary school, and just so people don't know, you passed the OEGC with flying colours and A levels with flying colours.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I kind of, if we're going back to that, it was around year 10. That's when I left Croydon and I moved to West Sussex, right? That's where I finished my GCSEs and my A levels. I finished 7 A stars, I got 8 A's in total. And I got
people. No, I just want to let that linger in a second. So I just want to let that linger in. So yeah, that's what happens.
I had no choice. My mum did say that if I did, she would send me to Nigeria for a year, you know, to get my brain waxed out and properly fixed, and I have to come back again a year later to repeat the G, so I get all A stars. You know, I was like, yeah, I know she did. Yeah, that's how
she needs to be on a hot seat or something, because I don't know what's going on there. And just something I wanted to ask to say as well, just to sort of, were you just raised by your mother? Were you raised two-parent home?
By my mum. Yeah, and my dad, they divorced when I was around 5 years old. Yeah.
The reason why I asked that question is just because that's another example, because I think a lot of probably Caribbean kids would probably see African, just stereotyping, saying you have two-parent household, you come from a certain background, but you have not come from that kind of background.
No, I did not. No,
So,
I came from a broken home. Yeah.
100%. So I just want to let people know that all this BS about single-parent homes, a lot of the narratives get played, and it's not necessarily the case. A lot of time it's the culture within the home, whether it's two parents or one parent. You can have two parents and it all be bullshit. You can have one parent and it could be good. You know what I mean? So even though we know that statistically it's not the best way, but I just wanted to sort of put it out there just so
and
you get that.
Yeah, and with me, with my own mum, you know, now that I think about it, you know, due to these YouTube spaces, right, you know, at times my mum up till today, you know, she can behave like a dictator at times, and I've said it to her, you know, obviously, you know, that doesn't really go quite well, but, you know, for example, I'll say, Mum, you are acting too masculine right now, you're doing this, and, you know, copying what Kevin Samuels or, you know, what people say on here on YouTube, but, no, she's just, you know, the reason why she does is because she wants me to succeed, and it's always because, oh, you know, we are Nigerians, we are supposed to be number one, we are the best, we are the giants of Africa, this and that. So it's also that mentality as well, you know. So
clear elite sort of mentality where
I'm very elitist as well.
And that does rub people the wrong way, especially black people. It rubs anyone. But
I know, trust me, and I think that's why I got a lot of flack, right? When I was in secondary school, because my mum would always tell me, right, if anyone says anything harsh to you, you just tell them, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but me and you are just not of the same class, so I take it that you should take your leave and leave me be. So, which I did used to say a lot, actually, to a lot of the other kids, that me and you are just not of the same class, that you are down here, I'm over here. So yeah, I did, yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, to be fair, I mean, if people are going to give it to you, then you're going to expect something to be said back. So absolutely. And yeah, someone said in the chat, Patrick, welcome, the mentality of a winner. And that's exactly right. It's tough, man. It's tough. At the end of the day, I'm going to use athletes and celebrities. You know, these athletes make it to the top for a long time. The mentality that you have to have is strong. You have to endure.
Can I just say, like, you know how you just, you know, reference the celebrities, right? So you said what, the rappers and that, right?
Or athletes,
sorry, the athletes and that, right? With me, what I had to look at was, for example, my uncle, who owns his own practice in South London, and you know, he drives a Lamborghini Sports, and my mum's always comparing me to him and saying to me that, Vincent, my son, you better do 3 times more than him in this lifetime. Do you understand? It was drilled into me. So, you know, it was really when I came on YouTube that I really sorry, excuse me, and when I saw the way, you know, the wider black community, what they see as the standard of success. I don't know, I think KB might be able to relate as well on this. Like, on our site, it's more so to do with doctors, lawyers, that sort of upper class lifestyle, that you know, the ones that are the old respected professions. That's what I had, you know, male family members, you know, some that are successful lawyers, you know, accountants. That it was that's what I was told I have to be, or even better than, if that makes sense.
No, it does, and it's very interesting. It's a sharp contrast to the predominantly black cultural heroes or role models, if you like, where we wouldn't necessarily look at a doctor or a lawyer as being someone, not necessarily to disrespect, but not someone to say, okay, that's where my target lies. Where, to be fair, the stereotype for like Nigerians has always been Nigerian, either if you're a boy, an engineer,
right.
They're the 3 sort of areas which I've always sort of stereotyped and seen Nigerians and how it seems to be. Sort of, again, on the Caribbean side, it's always an athlete, a rapper, or something in music. So a lot of the kids a lot of them did something in music. Even I'm into music and that kind of stuff. So
do you know what? You know what? Now that I look back on it, right, growing up, right, in secondary school, I remember it was always at least, you know, okay, so the black kids, right? The African. I remember, there was some, that saying, for example, they want to become a pharmacist, they want to become an accountant, lawyer, doctor, or engineer of that sort. And now that I think back, I don't ever recall any of the Caribbean kids saying what they wanted to be. I think one said he wanted to be a footballer, and the others just saying, "Oh yeah, hopefully that they can make it to uni." But I never really thought of it, because back then I never really had this. Okay, you are Caribbean, you're African. That it wasn't like that back then. It was just okay, we are all black, all right. But it was just okay, yeah, you're from Nigeria, you're Jamaican, you're Ghanaian. That's just it wasn't really because you're Jamaican, you're not going to aspire to be this, if that makes sense. It was just, I guess it was a stereotype for the African kids, but as for me, I just never really thought. So go on.
Yeah, no, you never saw it that way. You never had
right.
Yeah. No, and that's true. That's true. You don't think of it that way until you look back and think, oh, that's how it was. But no, that's fair. That's fair. But then I suppose. Oh, sorry, we're gonna say something.
I don't know. It was just what I was just reading KB and Jones. He said it was for the women to marry from a man. I mean, for me, KB, right? My mum, always said to me that if I'm going to marry a girl, she's not supposed to come from a class lower than ours. Like, for example, she has to be making like 60,000-70,000 pounds, 60,000-70,000 pounds a year, or else it's just going to be a no-no. It will be rejected by the family. That's how it is.
Man. So I need to dive into that a little bit. Sorry, man. Again, just for the chat, people who are new, welcome. Please like this stream. If you're new, please subscribe as well. I appreciate everyone in this chat right now, and those who are watching back. I appreciate it. Again, I am not a psychiatrist. This is just a nice little conversation with Vincent right here. But yeah, let me get into this, because all I'm hearing right now, and this couldn't have helped your mental health, is your life has been completely ordered by your mother. Is that a fair to say?
Yes, you could pretty much say so. Yes.
Even to the type of woman that you're allowed to bring back, because let's be honest. I mean, 60 to 70,000 pounds for anyone, let alone a woman.
Well, I mean, my mum, she's always saying, "Well, I make a lot more than this, so." If me as a woman, I can be earning in the 80k range, I expect a woman to even be on my level or even higher. That's her mentality. I know, I agree. My family, they practice classes in both ways. It doesn't matter whether boy or girl. Like, for example, my mum said you are not to marry a nurse. For example, how much does the NHS pay them? And I think max is around 45,000. She said, yeah, that was totally unacceptable. 65,000 is the minimum I would expect. Like for me, I'm already expected to be making six figures in the UK. So you can imagine it's tough competition. And yeah.
What about like whether you find the girl attractive, whether you like her, that word called love, whether you like does that even come into sort of the equation when it comes to this type of conversation?
Yeah, it's more so to do with the love of God. Does she have Christ in her heart? Is she a virgin, for example? Is she pretty? Is that sort of thing. What, like, her family background? Are they doctors? Are they lawyers? What are their family's last name? Are they respectable? Are they upper middle class? Are they? Is that sort of thing? So it's like I have to like tick off that box.
I'm sorry, your mother is a red pill's dream, because you're telling me you got to marry a woman who's, again, I'm assuming feminine. She could be a virgin,
right?
Respectable family, all this kind of other stuff. I'm gonna ask you a question, because I'm like, where are these women? Where are these women at? I'm just like, by the time,
and I have said that to my mum, and she said, well, not to worry, right? If you have any problems, our family back in Nigeria, they have a lot of connections with all the high profile families. So we will just find you a wife. That's sometimes how it goes. It will just be arranged marriage. We'll find you a girl that is, for example, a medical doctor or a surgeon, and she studied at a top institution in the US or in the UK, and she's earning literally almost six figures, and she's doing very well for herself. Her family's rich. Is that sort of thing. So I'm gonna say we're almost similar. It's like almost like the black version of Ricky. Is it Sunak? I'll keep mispronouncing his name, Rishi Sunak.
Oh
right?
yeah,
that sort of thing. Right. Yeah, it's like that. But,
wow. Now, so let me ask you this question then. So, are you open for like an arranged marriage? So, will you be open to letting your mum or relatives match you with a girl?
No, I would not. Absolutely not. No, because it's someone. For me, it's all psychological. I have to really connect with the woman. I can't. It's just not. Yeah, no, that's not really my. I don't believe in arranged marriages. I
Now,
think
in terms, no, that's cool. In terms of your ideal woman, then. So again, I've heard this beforehand, but again, for the chat sake, who hadn't heard this, so who is your ideal woman in terms of looks? In terms of career, is there a career? Is there a wage? Who would you say at this moment of time? Because obviously, you know, as we all get older, we do change. So I do. You do have the right to reserve judgment and change your mind. So you're not pinned to the cross. Who's your ideal woman?
It's going to be Hilary Banks. You know, from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'm going to say it's just that one. Yeah.
Oh no, you said the wrong.
I often said
Fiona. Hold on, just to clarify, Vincent. This is nothing to do with skin tone. Fiona, easy. This is not to do with skin tone. Right?
Yeah, Rihanna's what. Yeah, I do like Rihanna.
You fall into the trap. You fall into the trap. So I just want to check. What about like Amara Negra? Do you know who Amara Negra is?
Yeah, I do. She's a pretty woman, but I don't know. Just for some reason, you know, not trying to sound ignorant or anything, right? But anything the Latino just doesn't really attract me too much, if I'm going to be honest with you. But
even though she's like Afro Latina, she's like black Latina. I mean, so.
Yeah, I know. I've seen her. She's a very pretty lady, might I? But it's just I don't know. I'm just not. She's pretty, but no, she's not mine. And no, Fiona, I'm not a colorist because my last crush was actually a dark, very dark, even darker than me. So no, it's nothing to do with that. But I have often said that I do want a black Kate Middleton, right? Just a black version of Kate Middleton. Bring her for me. So.
The reason I say this because like Hilary Banks is very stereotypically she was like stush, you know what I mean? She's like really prestige. She was a woman,
exactly.
like,
and that's what appeals to me. I'm used to that, right?
Okay.
You know, when I remember a few times my mum, I look back on it when I was younger, when we'd go to Nigerian functions or African functions, right? Her friends that have daughters, you know, they're aspiring to be medical doctors and that, you know, they really good background. And my mum would often tell me, "Oh, Vincent, have you seen Miss Oluwafemi's daughter? Do you see how she's been?" Now, back then, I was honestly, if I'm going to be honest with you, I was just a book. I wasn't really aware of girls because I went to an all-boys school, so I never really noticed if a girl was flirting with me. It's just I was quite slow then. You know, I never realized that maybe she was just trying to see if she can play matchmake, you know. But
yeah, they do that parents do that kind of stuff. Yeah,
yeah, I know. But with me, it's going to be someone like of Hilary Banks, you know, like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? Something like that. I'm kind of very used to like a prestige upper middle class lifestyle. It's something that I don't know, it just attracts me more. Just girls are very classy, well put together. You know, Fiona, you know, me and her, we've had our incident in the chat room before. She said, you know, I'd get bored with a Kate Middleton type woman, but I don't know. I disagree, but hey, you never know.
Well, I'll tell you this though, it's definitely a sharp change to what a lot of guys will want in terms of the stereotype, because obviously the women described slim, slender. You could argue they would fit well in white society. Obviously,
right. And you know what? A lot of people have told me before that, like, yeah, you're definitely white identified, or you're very white, like, you know, your type, for example, right? You know, in the black community, right? Sorry, excuse me, it's quite cold. You know how a lot of black men place more of a fixation on a woman's buttocks, right? Or rather than her cleavage area. I'm more of a cleavage guy than I am someone who, I don't know, just if I'm going to be honest with you, a big bum or of voluptuous woman, might I say. I find it quite grotesque, if I'm going to be honest with you. It's just not something that appeals to me. I find it quite ghetto. But, you know, I know it is other people's preference, but for me, no, I prefer very slim, like Kate Middleton, you know, just a black version of that. Like, to me, she screams regal, classy, well put together, really good family background, wife material, you know. But again, I do want the black version of that because as I've said before, you know, KB's channel and other live streams, I'm looking to, you know, preferably marry a woman that's black, or of that, at least half, or preferably black, Afro type. But yeah.
No, awesome. And so this is the thing I was going to ask, because your stereotype of what you're mentioning is kind of a typical white guy's type of fantasy, except for being black. It'll be the slim, big boobs, blonde, blue eyes, that kind of stuff, big tits, all that kind of other stuff. So I suppose the question I'm going to ask, I probably should ask this at the start, is have you ever had a conversation with you, I suppose, with your family stuff about what it means to be black. Have you ever sort of had that sort of, am I really black? That kind of sort of conversation either with yourself, or has that ever been broached in your family at all? Or have you always thought you were black anyway?
You know what, right? Again, like this whole conversation about black and this, it's not something that resonates well with, I mean, with Nigerians, because to us, right, even in Africa, we're just like, we are Nigerian. Like, we don't really say, oh, I'm black or this, if that makes sense. We tend to just identify more with our nationality, right? Well, my mum is just
I always thought that was because you're in a predominantly black area, so you'll never say you're black in a black area because that's obvious.
Right.
That would be redundant. So, but in the UK though, as opposed
in the UK, right, especially when I was in West Sussex, just a few times, but it was, again, it had to do with my, country of origin, right? It was just, for example, when I was doing media studies for my GCSEs, it was just like, for example, because media studies is about, talking about the media in the world, so like BBC, Sky News, that sort of thing, right? We're covering topics, and again, it came on the topic of Africa and Nigeria was brought up, and I remember one girl, typical working class, English working class background type girl, and she said, "Oi, Vincent, aren't you from Nigeria?" And and you can imagine, right? Again, it was just another poor image of a struggling family, and I was quite embarrassed. There was like 31 of us. I was the only black person in the class, and people say, "Oh wow, so is that how your country is? So is it true that like they have an issue with this Islamic group called Boko Haram?" And yeah, it was just, again, it wasn't more so to do with my skin color, but just more so just to do with me being Nigerian and saying, "Oh, so do you speak French?" Right, which I've had that said to me a few times, because for a lot of people even here in America, right, when they know African or Nigerian, they just go, "Oh, so can you speak French?" And I said, "No, I don't speak French. I speak
I'm a
English."
francophone African nation, you know what I mean? It's
Right,
not like
exactly, exactly,
Right.
like the Congo and Ivory Coast and so, but no, yeah, they and I said, "No, I don't speak that." And they said, "Oh, does your family speak those tongue clicking, what I'm saying?" Yeah, I know, I've had that.
I should be laughing, but that's
honestly, as someone said before,
did someone like beat the chest as well?
right, exactly. Yes, and and even, what, right? This also brings me back when I was in primary school, right? A few of the white kids, they will start like beating on their heart with both their hands, like their chest as a drum. It was just it's obviously just pure ignorance, obviously,
Have
obviously,
because of this sort of stuff, have you ever at one point tried to particularly go into another environment? Because what I want to almost switch to now is you leave to the US. But beforehand, have you ever tried to amend your personality style to try and fit in at any point? Or have you always just thought, I'm different, therefore I'm just going to be different, and it is what it is?
Well, okay, so are you saying how I
try and fit in? So do you know how, so would you change your speech, slang? Would you
not
sort
really.
of like,
I have actually at one point with the Black American group, right? Because sometimes when I'm speaking, how they just don't understand, they will tell me to repeat myself 3 times and more slowly. So I'll try and speak in a more urban American accent. I'll be like, "Hey y'all, what's going on?"
Really?
So, yeah. And not too long ago, I can't remember. What was I doing again? There was this guy, very, very typical, stereotypical African American, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, you could tell he was from the hood. I was kind of speaking a bit more slowly and trying to really fit in and using the N word. He kind of could tell that I was trying too much, and he said that you could stop doing this, my nigga. Like, seriously, not only that, right? Even in my uni, there's this Black History Club, Black History Month club, which really focuses on Black American history. And I think I said something. Again, I just can't remember what I said, and it seemed to piss off a lot of the other blacks, right? And they said, "Yeah, you're not really American, are you? You're from the UK. You, in their words, y'all UK niggers can't really relate to us, and yeah, they said that, they'll say to me that, am I really black? Like, are you an infiltrator? Are you from MI6 or something? And again, even they too have said that I'm pretty much an Oreo. That apparently the way I'm talking or the way I think, my mentality is closely related to how a white would think or act or even say. So yeah, it's they've made it clear to me I'm not one of them. I'm not accepted. So I said okay. And even in these spaces, as you've seen as well, some of the xenophobia.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And this is really the thing I wanted to sort of keen on your mental health aspect, because clearly you didn't feel as accepted as you probably would have done in the UK. And then just for the audience in the chat and for the people watching on the playback, so you moved to the US. Now, I just want to go back a little bit. Why did you move to the US?
I moved to the US mainly was because of higher ed. After A levels, because I was actually born in Florida as a baby, but when I was around 6-7 weeks, that's when we went back to the UK. But after A levels, I said, oh well, I'm an American citizen. I said, well, let's see what life is like across the pond. So
so it wasn't like a forced move by
not at all. No, my mum, she sold one of her properties in Thornton Heath in Croydon, and we just bought a house here, and we just moved here to Florida, and I've enrolled now at the college and at the uni. So I moved here mainly, and also because of my aviation studies as well, right? In the UK, if I'd remained, I would have gone to Oxford Aviation Academy after uni, but it's like almost 110 grand, and I said, well, I don't think so. So,
was it cheaper to go to the US then? Is that what I'm
it is. Yeah, because the aviation training academy that I'm going to be fully training to train as an airline pilot, I've got a really good deal for 52K, so that's awesome. I can pay that. It's very affordable for the family. So
I'm glad you can say that.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to sound ignorant.
No, it's fine.
Oh no. It was just in
comparison. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. It's just in comparison to the UK, because when my mum sold her house, like how much they're charging to train as an airline pilot. That's how much my mum sold her cheapest property in South London. So it was half of that. But even still, that was just a bit too pricey. So you can imagine 110 grand just for that, when you can just get for almost less than half across the pond. So we just moved across, and
100%. And talk me through your mindset then. I'm pretty sure you weren't thinking about this, or maybe you were. But did you think that you were going to have a sort of a fresh start, and maybe you could connect with your Black American counterparts?
Yes. I wasn't even really thinking about Black Americans. I was just, as typical Brits, we're like, oh, it's much bigger there. Life is more. It looks more freer. You can, do more out of life. It's just life just seems to be more fun, if that makes sense. Like you can. I thought, I could restart again. Revamp, come here again, and just try. No, that was not the case. First off, it was the cultural differences, right? They take patriotism to a next level. Let me tell you that why it matters. Even the blacks here, right? I mean, when I did come here, I was like, oh, great, there's African Americans here. I wanted to even know a bit more about them, and again, even them, when they, this also ties back into the first few questions you asked me, when they knew I'm Nigerian, right, they will make it very clear to me that, they don't even like the term African American, that they just prefer to be called Black American, and that they're not African, and, say sly comments, and they think I won't catch them, that they're not like us. But not only that, right, a few people, they like to make fun of my accent, just the way I act or talk. I was briefly in the US Navy for a while. I got bullied there as well by the drill sergeants, as you can imagine, because of my accent. It was kind of a little bit. I was in for a rude awakening.
No. I mean, the thing is, it just sounds like, again, from your health aspect, you had no respite. You know what I mean? It's almost no respite wherever you went.
I just continue just pushing and just moving forward, because I don't know. I guess because I was used to the teasing and that in England, so. I
do like that, and that's really, really something to hone in on. That I think you've definitely built up a resilience which can't be understated. So because at the end of the day, you're still you're still there progressing with your studies. You've not dropped out.
Right. Oh no, I don't even have an option. Let me tell you that. Right. My mum and family have said if I do, the inheritance will be cut off, and essentially I'll just yeah, I'm completely honest, so I have no choice, right? But not only that, anyway, it's something I want to do. I do want to become a pilot. It was my thing, but my mum has said to me she's just not going to allow it. She won't even hear of it. So.
Oh wow, and it's interesting because you said that you chose to want to go into the aviation, right?
Yeah, I did. From the age of 12, that's when.
Oh wow!
When my mum knew that automatically, right? Every year, we would travel to Oxford. Oxford Aviation. They host it once a year. You can talk to BA pilots. Ryanair pilots. Talk to the directors and people that have been in the aviation. And at the moment, right now, actually next week Tuesday, I'm going to be having a webinar meeting with the BALPA, the British Airline Pilots Association. And talk about, okay, when I'm done in the US, when I've become a fully qualified pilot, how can I transition back into the UK and transition my license and be able to fly for BA, because that's eventually I do want to become a BA captain for British Airways. So
okay, so you even got the company lined up as to who you want to work for.
Oh yeah, I do. I was actually talking to 3 of them actually the other day on Facebook. Doing very well for themselves. They've been there for like 28 years, 29, some 34, and my mum, with her, it's all about how much am I going to be making, and she was with me when I was talking to them, and that was the question. She said, "Oh, okay, so how much do they make?" Obviously with her, the reason why she's even supporting me is because to her it's a high prestigious job. The women are going to be falling at my at my feet. They're going to be I'm going to be like a Prince William to the women, to the ladies. I'm going to be one of the very few refined British black gentlemen that's going to take everyone by surprise. That's her dream, right? With hers is it's this competition in my family, who earns more, who lives in a more expensive neighborhood. With her, she wants me to be living not too far from Buckingham Palace. That's her dream for me. Like in Chelsea, Knightsbridge, that type of area. West End. Yeah, for her, that's she said that I need to attain that, and not only that, I need to also get on the property ladder, and so and yeah.
Oh, wow.
But yeah. You're gone.
The reason I'm saying is because a lot of these things, clearly, it's your mum has basically mapped out your life.
Yeah, but
how much say do you have in regards to what you want to do at all? Because I'm just like, what if you don't want to live next to Buckingham Palace? What if you want to live somewhere else? I mean, what if you?
Well, I actually do.
What kind of leeway do you have in regards to this?
Wait. So sorry. So what's your question?
So I was going to ask, what can you determine from your own life? What choices can you make by yourself?
Well, is.
The reason
it's almost, yeah. I mean, I get what you're trying to say, right? It's like as if I'm almost trapped, right? But no, not really. It's just more of a case. I guess it's just high expectations to succeed. Decisions that I can make. For example, part-time jobs, right? In 2 months, right? I'm going to be working for this hospital downtown. It's administrative admin. Pay good. I guess $18 an hour. I can. It's things like that. That's all. My weekly allowance. I can, go out with mates if I want. Not too long ago, I was in Mobile, Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking, I suppose, is because one of the things I've from a lot of people who have this type of a lifestyle, or say strict parents upbringing, they basically determine the course of the fundamental decisions in life. Is
right.
A lot of people, they hate it and they become resentful to their parents because they've felt as if they've not really had the choice that matters. And again, with mental health, because I don't know whether it sounds as if you do want to do this, but I'm like, is this something that you're already passionate about, that you really wanted to do? Because again, what will likely happen is if you not make those type of choices with what type of woman you want to be with, what type of life you want to live in terms of where you can live, what job you can have. These are the 3 most fundamental things in any person's life, which for me, I will leave it up to your choice. I'll direct them in a way to say, this may be the better option, but it's your choice.
Well, for example, go on.
See that playing out at all, where it's like, oh,
you know what, you do bring up good points there. Like, for example, when I told you about the type of woman, right? I'll be bringing home as a wife. I have told my mum. So let's say someone who's okay, for example, a Caribbean, right? My mum said, okay, even if I am to bring a Caribbean, they better be from the richest of the rich. Caribbean background that is not going to be an average one, because you might as well just stick with an African, right? I said, okay, so what about a white woman? And she said, oh, you really want to go there, do you? You know me, Jenny, I'm not really, no, I'm not going to be wifing up a Becky. And as I saw, Fiona said prior in the chat room, she said, I'm probably going to end up with an actual Kate Middleton because of the circles I run in. No, Fiona, I've made up my mind. I'm similar to like Idris Elba. And I know I remember when you said to King Richard's that because she doesn't look like you because she's East African. No, that's not the case. I do want to be with someone who's well cultured and from a really good background. And so it's just to Fiona. And
Ask you a question on that. Do you ever feel that that's a kind of a diss to you? Because do you know because this is a stream I was going to do in regards to the comment that a lot of black women make to black men and black men make to black women, and that is, I bet you date white women, I bet you date white men. Right. It's purely based on, and what people don't realize that's a diss to you when you make that comment, because what you're saying is, by me being, let's just say, elitist, or me being of a certain ilk, you're saying black people aren't like that in general. So that's kind of a diss to black people when they say that out of their own mouths, that I bet you date a white woman, I bet you date a white guy, because basically you're stereotyping the group and saying we aren't shit, or white people are above us, which is what they're kind of saying. Because if you're saying you want Kate Middleton, but just a black version, that should be like, okay, it may be a pocket, but you can get that. But yeah, you know what I mean? So I do like the fact that you're still, you've not.
And the reason why I have that mindset is because even growing up, right, I kind of always remembered, right, whenever I would even see, you know, black men in very high profile positions, right, in society, right, I'm always, I don't know, it's really the last 3-4 years I've just been picking up on this, and I've just been wondering that why is it that black men are always with, and I used to ask my mum this, but why are they always with them? And my mum would just say, oh well, you know, those are usually the ones that have a poverty type mindset, that if they're, even my mum too said it as well, she said that, you know, that whenever she saw for example, a Nigerian man or an African man with a white woman, they would usually hide themselves, or they would like just duck it, like they'll duck their heads in shame because most of the time, right, they're usually with the obese, or you know, the not so best looking ones, and or sometimes, you know, they would want to act as if they're not with the white woman and smile, be friendly with my mum. She said, oh yeah, she's had those experiences before, but she says she just ignores them and she just kisses her teeth and just moves on and just, you know, puts her head up high, and you know.
No, I mean, I've seen that from a young age. Even age where one of my white brethren, he said this to me when I was young. I was like, no. He says a lot of black men like fat, overweight white women. That was the first thing, which I locked onto, which was like, you know, he ain't half lying. And then the other thing was, if you're not, and that's the average black guy, but the rich black guy, I've always seen them. They always seem to have white girlfriends or white partners. So I've always seen that for a long time. Matter of fact, even now, famous ones. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, in the UK at least, any famous black Brits who are together, celebrity couples, like in the US, you'll have Will Smith, Jada Smith, Pinkett Smith, his wife. You know what I mean? I'm like flipping X. So no, one thing I will say is I do like the fact that you still, you know what you want, and it's to be almost that version of Prince William and Kate Middleton, but the black version. So
yeah, and you know, like you said, right. You did that video, right, of the richest minorities in the UK, and it was what, you know, remember when, for example, it might say, so and so Patel and family, so and so Singh and family. It was, you know what I'm saying, right? I want to be the black version of that. Like, I don't even think. If you don't mind me asking, was there any black person on there?
Outside of athletes, not in the sense of what you're saw. So it was all athletes. Outside of athletes, no.
Right, exactly. Now, I made it my mission that I want to be the first black British man in history to accomplish that and be number one on that spot. I've literally made that my goal. So how I'm going to get there, I don't know, but I'm just going to get there. That's one thing I know, because I've always said I want to be in the top 0.5% of all UK earners by the time I'm 35. So
no, I mean, I honest to God, I pray that you do make it and you do get there, and I see your name out there and everything like that. So big up to you.
Yeah, because it's just, you know, I've often said, like, because I've been trying to find out, you know, where are the wealthy black Brits, and when I do search them up, at least for the men, right, and even a few of the women as well, it's always, you know, when, like you said, right, someone who's obviously non-black and which is white English, and I said, no, I'm going to break that. I'm going to be if I have to be the first black British man with an actual black British wife on my arm to show that you can be black, very successful, upper class, and have all of that. So yeah, that's something I'm aspiring to be. And again, you know, being a pilot, it's well paid, and also dabbling in the real estate that my family does for a living. So
I was going to say aviation ain't going to get you on that list, but
well, you know, it is well paid. For example, you know,
no, yeah, well paid for sure, but
yeah.
That's like billionaire list, which
Yeah, right.
That's a different ilk altogether.
And if you're a multi-millionaire in the UK, that's something which I must attain. Even I have that goal that I will become multi-millionaire no matter what, you know.
So, and I hope you definitely achieve those dreams, and you don't forget us right here. But yeah, no, absolutely. So, but yeah, so in regards to your mindset, then, I mean, would you say that a lot of things that you've been through, though, the fact that you have these lofty aspirations, that sort of kept you sane? Was that a right way of using it, or kept you?
It was kind of normal. If I'm going to be honest with you, it was something that was just normal to me. It was only at school that I really just saw other people. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that other people had a different way of life, or just their way of thinking was, you know, completely different to the way I think, or just my outlook, you know.
Awesome.
Keeping me sane. You know, my mum, she always had the belt ready or the long wooden spoon on hand if I you know, drifted, or if I said something that was just clearly not you know, had no relevance to being successful. That was just a big no. I was discouraged. You know, she would get all the aunties, my grandmother, you know, especially the women in my family. Oh my gosh, they would make my life a living hell if I said, oh, like there were a few times I was like saying that, do I really have to go and do A levels? Yeah, it was just back then when I was just really tired and frustrated, you know, at school. And they said to me that if I do, then I'll just be kicked out and they'll put me in a hostel, and you know, I could experience life with you know, those low lives as they always call them. But yeah,
no, it's just interesting how I mean, let's be honest, you're definitely not going to be in that sort of ilk, but it's just amazing how they still keep on you just for us drifting. You know what I mean? It's not as if you've completely done a 180. It's just a slight little, you know, turn. But no, that's interesting. So just before I kind of like open up the chat, one thing I always want to sort of talk about is almost the Nigerian part of things. I know you was mentioning how obviously you didn't feel like you could fit in UK perspective, and obviously you spoke about the US perspective, but talk to me about almost like the Nigerian perspective, because this is one of the things which white kids, I suppose, ignorantly used to think, because you used to think, oh yeah, but you know, you're African or you're Caribbean, therefore you can go back home. That's just gonna be like, oh yeah, you're gonna fit in like a glove. But talk to me about that, because that's definitely not the case in regards to how are you treated in Nigeria when you go back.
Yeah. Well, you know, obviously, you know, as I've said before, you know, on Kate's panel and a few others, right? When I get back home, they just again, I guess it's another teasing again, right? So every country I go, I'm teased one way or another. My family, they would tell me that I'm Omo Queen, which, you know, in English means Queen's child, saying that I'm and also in KB's you know, chat room, as we said before, when I think someone said I was bougie or something like that. Yeah, it's like that, because apparently the way I act, the way I think, the way I articulate things, I guess to them it's like, wow, like you're this, you know, I'm always called a white boy, you know, or a white man nowadays. That's what they, especially my grandmother as well, you know. For example, if I say, you know, I'm trying to talk about things that, why is it that in Nigeria we do this and that, and you know, my grandma, do you want me to do the accent, or do you want me
to go for it
oh, all right, okay, the panel might have a laugh, so so I need to ready myself. You know, she'll say, Vincent, who are you to be questioning this? You need to go and Africanize yourself, you know. You are too British. You are too much of a white man. You are a Nigerian boy. Do you understand? You need to become more African. Look, I don't want to be hearing this. You know, and you know, she you know, she would say, you know, pretty much like I think too much like a white man. That like, you know, sometimes she would, you know, say things like, oh my gosh, do I have a white grandson? did my daughter, you know, so obviously my mum, you know, she would say that, did my daughter give birth to a white man or something? And sometimes, you know, she would tell my mum that like, why do I think a certain way, or why is it that I might not be able to pronounce a certain word a certain way, because my mum always made sure that my pronunciation and the way I spoke English was definitely up on par, you know, the Queen's English. So
Now, did you feel like you were you sort of missed out on a bit of your cultural heritage there? Because
well, kind of, to be honest, because when I'm, you know, especially in functions and African functions, I often feel like I can't really relate too well, you know, because especially when they're speaking the language, I'm not fluent in it, but I understand it very well. Because obviously my mum, you know, at times, especially when I did something wrong, you know, she would abuse me in the Nigerian language, and you know, I did, you know, watch a lot of the Nollywood films. You know, I ate the food. I'm used to customs. I did go to Nigeria quite often for summer holidays, but you know, I did kind of feel a bit out of place. You know, I guess the way I would, you know, I guess go about things. I know, for example, you know, the way I pronounce words, it's just not very African sounding, right? Or for example, my grandma, right? You know, just because of her accent, you know, how to pronounce a word, she will say to me, again, I'm just gonna speak like her. She'll say to me, "Are you okay? I have been on this world longer than you have. You know, you don't have to be Mr. Grandma for me. You don't have to be doing that." You know, so you know, essentially, you know, she's saying that, like, why is it that I'm acting as if I am Mr. English? You know, it's just like, because I guess, you know, I'm trying to just, you know, have her pronounce the word correctly, or you know, how it's, you know, pronounced grammatically speaking, so she doesn't, but you know, to her,
even though that's what she trained you to be and that's what she wanted you to do, she still hit you with that.
Exactly, right. You know, I can talk like my grandma, definitely. That's like, doing a Nigerian accent kind of comes easy for me. I had to have some practice, but I've mastered it. But you know, obviously people do have a laugh when I do it, but you know, I've been told it's very accurate. So yeah.
No, it definitely sounds good. It definitely sounds good. So, and this is the kind of thing I just want to ask and sort of kind of end up on. I'm just going to sort of post a link in the chat just so that anyone who wants to come in, ask you any questions, or just put in chime in with their own sort of life story. Absolutely. But so how, in terms of like nationality, or in terms of your identity makeup, because that was the video that I showed, was kind of getting into, where as Black Brits anyway, we seem to have an identity crisis just from the get-go. But obviously with yourself, it seemed to be on overdrive, and that messed up with your health. So at this stage, how would you describe yourself? If someone asks you where you're from, or how you see yourself, I think also I'm looking for.
To be honest, now that I've experienced life, you know, I was in the UK, in Nigeria, of course, and now in the US, I see myself as British, to be honest, for the most part. I do call myself a British Nigerian, if I'm going to be honest. But more so British, if that makes sense, because obviously in the UK I relate more with Brits, culturally speaking. Here in America, I just don't fit in at all. You know, white, black, Asian Americans here, even my cousins, my Nigerian American cousins, they tell me that I'm too British, that I'm too this, or you know, they like to bring up the World War II and how they helped us, or you know, it's just cultural things like that, and you know, their patriotism, or cultural things of that sort. And even in Nigeria as well, you know, always calling me the Queen's child, or saying that I'm a typical white Englishman, or if I'm going to be honest, I don't have that in the UK. It's just more so, it's just every now and then it's, you're Nigerian or that. But yeah, in the most part, I'm going to say I fit in the most, and I feel more at home in the UK than I do anywhere else. So.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Because I mean, just on me, I definitely say the same. Because even though my background is my background, I'll still say that I'm British, because that's where I sort of resonate with. I was born, I was raised there. Anywhere else is just a foreign land to me. I don't care
and
what.
Exactly, and like you said, right? Back home, like, you know, my family members and other locals have said to me that I need to Africanize or Nigerialize myself, saying that that, you know, that if, for example, there was a time I was seriously thinking of actually doing political science and running to be a major, you know, position in Nigeria, but a lot of them actually just laughed in my face and said to me, "Someone like you, they would eat me alive." You know, that you know, I should just go to the ghettos in the poor parts of Nigeria, and you know, I will be eaten alive. You know, that I'll be like a lamb.
Probably why Nigeria is the state in right now, then, isn't it?
Right, I know, but we're definitely even a lot more crude and more harsh that someone like me is. And another thing, every time I'm back home, people like touching my skin. Apparently, they say that. Yeah, they'll say to me that they'll say, "Oh wow, you have very soft skin," or they'll say, yeah, it's like pretty much is like they just like to always just call me the Queen's child or a white man all the time. Sometimes I might say something and they'll say amongst themselves, "Oh, Vincent, he is a white guy, so what do you expect? He is the child of the Queen." It's just pretty much just to say that I'm from the UK, so it's just my yeah. I've often been told that I'm very soft or something like that. I don't know, but it is what it is, isn't it?
No, it is. And Mo, I mean, all I'm going to say is with situations like this, and one of the things I was going to also put down here when it comes to social stigmas and stereotypes is it's always the best of us who seem to get it the worst in terms of education, mindset, and this is why when it comes to like dating and interracial dating, it always seems like because everyone wants to fit in with their own group. Let's just keep it what anyone says. Everyone wants to fit in with their own group first because that gives them their identity. Sorry, I want to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, there was a period of time I tried to do that, right? When I was in secondary school, obviously in Croydon, and just for a while, I just, I was trying to fit in with the cooler kids. Obviously, the queer kids, right? I was trying to talk and act like them. If I'm going to be honest, I was going to say I was kind of begging to be like them. Just for a while, but it backfired. I can't remember how, but again, they were just like, "Yeah, you're unique anyway, so I don't know why we even accepted you in our group. Like, you should be with the other white kids anyway. That's where you belong." Yeah, it was just, yeah. I mean, again, from our own, that's where I experienced it the worst. But obviously, like Fiona, yeah, I don't hold any grudge or anything towards. It was just growing up. I did unfortunately have the worst experiences with them, but
And again, I mean, I really do like the fact that you're not holding a grudge because again, people don't seem to realize. I hate this analogy or this saying of we were just kids because I think when you get to 18, your personality is pretty much developed, and for the most part, I'll be honest with you. People say what they want to say about changing. Most people don't change. So when you get to a certain age, your personality traits are pretty much locked in. I'm not saying people can't change, but they're really just minor tweaks to their personality. It's not as if someone's going to go overnight to changing their whole lifestyle. Let's be honest, it's something health wise or something like that. Personality wise, by the time you get to a certain age, 18 to 21, that's it. You locked. And
yeah, and
sorry, go on.
No, sorry. Go on.
I was gonna say going back to the whole with versus black folk, we always seem to we hurt ourselves a lot more because of this kind of stuff, and we don't really forgive ourselves as much as forgiving the races. So other races, they'll do whatever they want to do, but we take it out on ourselves harder because we sort of think that we should be accepted by our own first. You see what I mean? So what happens, I've seen, is a lot of black men like yourself have your experience, maybe not the exact same experience. What they do is that they glean to other races first. That means it's a cultural drain. That's why I've said this, because of this fact. We actually have an indirect caste system where the more educated ones have gone out, left the community. The ones who they've left the community because fuck this, I'm not being accepted by my own. I look at MPs in Parliament; they're all married to non-black women, or the women are married to non-black men, and it's like we've created an underbelly of just stupidity in the ranks, where a lot of kids aren't doing anything, and like it's not good, is it? But it's because we just to buy our own. So
yeah, and I just want to be honest with you. This is something that I'm still working on. I actually get very I feel very anxious, like my nerves are really on edge when I'm around a bunch of I can't even believe I'm saying this, right? But in particular black guys, when I'm around a lot of them, I just get, for some reason in public, I just get really wary, like my nerves are on edge. I'm just, even subconsciously I'll see myself trying to walk with a little bit of swag or trying to as if I'm trying to impress someone, I guess because, growing up, I was just told I lacked swag. Even though I walked, which is very plain and boring, but,
no.
I don't experience this with black women, obviously, because I went to an all boys school. Now, it may have been a completely different, I don't have that experience. I never went to, a mixed school till I moved to West Sussex, and it was just predominantly white English. But even then, you know, by then people have kind of chilled out. It's not like that no more. But yeah, most of my secondary school, it was down in Croydon. So
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And it's always interesting how the stereotypes are still there. And obviously you're black, you know, so you're thinking you wouldn't stereotype black people because you're like, oh, but you know, it's still with you to sort of almost have that again, back to how you was treated, back to how youth was, and it's all that mental trauma, if you like, that's still playing on in your mind. Which I'll be honest with you, it's still playing on in your head. You obviously can mature enough to try and around it, but
believe it or not, you know, I still get nightmares from when I'm actually in year 8. Like I still relive moments, like, you know, especially at night, I would like wake up in a cold sweat, you know, and I'm just being bullied and picked on by a lot of people. When I was saying, I don't know, up till this day, for some reason, my mind is just not giving it a rest, and just I don't know how to counteract. I just hope one day it will just stop. But you know, at times I might just get you know, just feeling of like, oh my gosh, like you know, because I did kind of also had a bit of a fear going to school at times, you know, because it was just going to be another daunting experience again, you know, going through the day and people calling you a neek and yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, do you ever feel or believe that if you were born white, you might have had a different experience?
Yes, to be honest, I've actually often thought of that, you know. Right, myth twist, yeah, a neek. I was often called that. Yeah, I have, right. And when I was in primary school again, believe it or not, there were actually times I was just like, God, why wasn't I born a white boy or something? Now, listen, right, it wasn't as if I want to be white. No, it was nothing like that. It wasn't as if I was looking down on myself or looking down on the color. I did not have that inferior. I can't relate to that skin inferiority complex. The reason why I often wished I was one was because I perceive it obviously to be much more easier. For example, you know how the white kids were, right? They could do whatever, get away with it, and their life is easy. And you know, the teachers always treated them very well. Versus with me, now I look back on it, I had a lot more flack with even with teachers, right? If I did something wrong, you know, their tone, you know, the tone in their voice was more harsher towards me. I got stricter punishments, and yeah, in that sense. And you know, they just, with them, it's like they don't have to explain themselves because obviously, you know, they're in their country. So yeah, they don't have to have this identity problem, right? But yeah, I do remember in primary school, I often wished I was one, you know. I think I recall one moment. I believe I was 8 years old. I told my mum that, "Mum, why aren't I white? Or why am I not a white boy?" Or something. And you know, I think that was one of the very few moments my mum would actually get vulnerable, and she, you know, knelt down to my level. Believe it or not, you know, for an African mum to do something like that, you know, yeah, and tell me that, Vincent, listen to me. You are an African, right? Yes, you're raised in the UK, but remember, you have nothing. I think maybe she thought I was going through, like I wasn't, and I actually don't have an issue with I've never had a problem with my skin color, nothing like that. The only reason why I thought about that, it was, again, like I said, because it was just, it appeared more easier. Like my white friends, they could hang out, they could have sleepovers, they could do this, they could do, but my life was just so constrained. It was like, I can't do this, I can't do that. It's just, you have to do homework. If I get less than a B, I would get a beating. A C was just unacceptable. It was seen as an F. So getting a D, an F, that was just, you did not even try at all, you know. So yeah, it was just very, with me, very strict, very rigorous, and you know, it's just rules. And yeah, that's only in that sense. Yeah, I did think it would be a lot more easy. And even when I moved to West Sussex, right, my last 2.5 years when I was living in the UK before I moved here to the US, yeah, there were times, you know, I would often envy the white children. You know, they would have parties, and they would be able to do whatever. And you know, I told my mum about it, and she was like, "I don't care. You are not one of them. You are a Nigerian." And then when I'm back in Nigeria, they'll tell me I'm British. So you can imagine, right? I've said before, right? I've often, you know, now that I think about it, I'm like, wow, this is how biracial individuals or mixed race individuals feel. Like they're with black people, they don't feel too black. They're with whites, they don't feel too black. But even then, when I recall the mixed race people growing up, they just they never, they just seem to just fitting more with the black kids. But even I honestly, now look at me, I feel like I even had a harder time than they did. But hey, it is what it is, right?
No, it is, and here's the thing. I always say everyone's story is their story, isn't it? But no, not to downplay anyone else's struggle. But no, absolutely, I can definitely understand how they would definitely go through not feeling belonging, particularly how it's in your own home. You got either a white mother or a black father, or a black mother, white father, and it's just like it's crazy. So for you to go through that, nationality wise, skin color wise, you had almost everything hit at you in regards to
right. Everywhere in three different continents, right?
Everywhere.
3 different countries. You know, and then also not to mention my mum being a pastor as well. So it's okay. What does the Bible have to say about this? What does God have to say about this? I'll ask God. You know, that sort of thing. So that too as well. The religious aspect, which my mum takes extremely seriously. Like there's no ifs or buts. It's just this is how it is. Do you understand? And, you know, but yeah,
absolutely. And just want to sort of take a brief intermission right now. So thanks everyone in the chat right now. Please like and share the stream. Thank you, KB, for letting everybody know. If you are new, again, please subscribe. Again, if you're listening on the back chat, again, please like, share, subscribe to the stream. This is real stuff we talk about over here. So what I've done, let me just put the link back in the chat. So at this stage, the floor is open. So if you want to ask any questions or make any comments, please come up. Or if you want to ask any questions to Vincent, then put it in the chat. And what we'll do is that we'll go over it with Vincent if you're happy just to partake in the chat. So if you don't want to come up for whatever reason, put down your comments or anything like that at all to Vincent and ourselves, and then we'll answer it if Vincent wants to. If it gets too personal, Vincent, you don't want to answer any of these questions, then by all means,
I'm an open book. There's nothing. I'll just be very honest and brutal. So.
Yeah. Okay. So one question I'm going to ask yourself is, in terms of your dating choices, would you actually still go with a Caribbean girl, or would you still, because your mother doesn't want it, would you ever do it just to piss your mother off, even if she comes from a great family and stuff?
You know, I've often thought about doing that, right? But again, I just haven't found the right one yet. Now, obviously, you know, she happens to be Caribbean and she ticks all the boxes. I'm going to bloody well marry her. I could care less what, you know, the family has to say, but you know, my family, they operate like Parliament, right? You know, you have the House of Lords, the House of the Commons, and that, right? It has to go through everyone, right?
You know what? Yeah, I watched a video when I saw something like that where it was a, I think it was Nigerian, but it was an African brother. He went to US and got a white woman, and they came back and they had to get accepted by, I think it was the mothers. I don't think the fathers, women.
Yeah, they do. They have to get right. That's how it is, right? Because my cousin, he married a Black American lady here, and it did not go down well at all, especially with my grandmother, who, you know, she looks down on Caribbeans and Black American or Afro-Latina, because to them, you know, she's always saying about, oh, you know, their history or the slave blood, or she always mentions that. She's just like, she's always saying things like, I do not want to have slavery in my family. Like, you know, we must keep it pure. And I'm like saying, but Nan, how are you any different to a white supremacist? And
I was going to say the same thing.
I know, right? I know. It's just that yeah, my grandmother, she's just like, she's always saying that if my grandfather, her husband, was alive, that would, it would never have even happened at all. Like, he was even worse, apparently. Like he you know, because he came to the UK in 1958, in the late 50s, on my mother's side. He apparently had a apparently, from what I was told, he hated Jamaicans with a bitter passion. I don't know. It looks like he had experience with them, because he was sent there for training, because he was part of the military, higher ranks in the Nigerian military back then, in the army. And you know, obviously, you know, back then when Nigeria was under British colonization, you know, people from the Caribbean and the Commonwealth, I think, yeah, he I guess had a bad experience with the Caribbeans, I guess, and that's what formed his mind. And I think also he would have also influenced my grandmother, and he said, I don't want to have any Caribbeans married to our family, and that sort of thing. So yeah, it was just, and my grandmother, yeah, she's just taken it to a whole other level. And you know, especially when I was growing up, you know, she would tell me, I do not want to ever see you bring home a Jamaican to my house. Do you understand? Am I understood? You know, she would drill it, and I'll even say, and she will, you know, I think one time, you know, I had to like repeat it after, I will not bring home a Jamaican. You know,
wow, it's just so
how, yeah, that's how much the dislike was. And even my mom, she's just not particularly fond of them, you know, because she's a landlady. You know, her managing her real estate manager. You know, she secretly, from what I found out actually by accident, she told them not to rent out to Caribbeans or particularly in Jamaica. But I was the one I told my mum that, Mum, you need to stop doing that. And it's only in the last 3, 4, 5 years that my mum has changed. I've managed to convince her that, look, Mum, Caribbeans are not bad. Like, they're just like us, you know, is what it is. Okay, yeah, there's cultural differences. But I remember growing up, you know, she would often tell, obviously she made sure that her real estate managers were African, preferably Nigerian, that can relate. And she would tell them, do not ever rent out to the Caribbean. Do you understand? And I believe my grandmother as well, because, you know, she's been owning property in London since the 50s as well. I think her early experiences were with Caribbeans as well, because back then, remember when they were let out to blacks, Irish, and, you know, no dogs, right? Yeah, she obviously brought a lot of money. You know, she got loans from Nigeria, brought it to London, and was just buying property left, right, and centre, north, south, east, west of London. And you know, yeah, her very first few, and I think she had very bad experiences, and that's what really, you know, made her also to dislike them, because she's also told me stories about how some of them just refused to pay, you know, for example, the £800 or £900 a month of rent. So at times she was left in 15,000 grand in debt, and so she had to obviously pay for that, and that's the reason why. But they've also had it with Eastern Europeans as well. My family doesn't really particularly like them either. But yeah.
No, it seemed like the hatred for them is far stronger than like white people. You see what I mean? And it's like,
yeah, I know. With them, it's just more towards. It's not really to do with whites at all. It's just, if anything, it's just that, you know, they will say that, oh, that they're very bland people, the English. You know, they'll say, oh, you know, that those ones, like, they don't have any manners. They don't have no clue. You know, in life, no sense of direction. And yeah, it's that sort of thing, and just a superiority complex. Myth. If I'm going to be honest with you, it's people that are of an upper class caliber. To be honest with you, like, I'm just going to be very honest and blunt. My family is extremely classist, very, very classist. So, it's kind of like if you're below a certain, and I don't know if critical African thinkers, or Charles, if you're still in the chat, you're Nigerian, right? You know, it's quite common among, you know, Nigerians, especially of an upper class caliber, right? They just tend to look down on lower class individuals, right? Because every time I'm back home, my grandmother would tell me not to interact with our workers, so maids and the cook and driver, that they're, you know, just below us, that you're not supposed to even be friends with them. They're like, that's their job, you know. And even our houseboys, they're just not to be spoken to. Like, you just give them orders, and they're just supposed to do what they're told. But yeah.
Gosh, no, I mean, and the thing is, there's difference between having a mindset but just being rude. You know what I mean? It's just rude. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it's I was going to say that Patrick did ask the question about which tribe you from. So you answered that by saying, actually, from Edo State. So what tribe are you from then? I mean,
Edo State, right? So that's in between the Igbos and the Yorubas. So I'm of neither. So I'm literally right in the middle.
So what does that mean then? I mean, sorry, for me who don't really understand what that means then. So that means you're not Igbo or Yoruba. So
yeah, I'm literally just Edo State.
Oh,
it's in the Midwest. So, sorry, Karen.
Is that a tribe then? Is that what you called? If someone, or you don't want to, but I was just,
to be honest with you, I'm not exactly too familiar, because my family also tends to go more of the Yoruba side, right? So yeah, it's just, I know it's just we're from Edo State. That's our lineage, the Edoid region. So okay, nice, Patrick. Nice, yeah. From Edo's, yeah, we're like neighboring, so we sit in the middle between the southwest region of Nigeria, where that's the Yoruba, and the Igbo region. So we're just right in the middle. We're like the south, is the Midwest.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, myth twist. Yes, it is. It's more so to do with class, especially because I remember there was one friend my mum had. She was actually Jamaican, and they got along very well. I believe they were lawyers. This was back in the day. I think she was one of, I think she was the only Caribbean friend my mum even had. She and her got along so well. So it's not really, oh, because you're Jamaican. No. It's just, to be honest with you, it's more so to do with class. Now, the reason why it's Jamaican is because, you know, in London, right, I guess it's because of the socioeconomic status of most of them. It just come from, I guess, a council flat type background. That's where my mum just, and my grandma, they look down on them for that reason. But yeah. Oh, hey, KB.
Fair enough. KB, welcome, man. So I know you've been listening. Yeah, doing good.
Yeah. I've been listening. Good stream, bro. Fantastic stream.
Oh, hey, KB. Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
No worry. Hi, Vincent. And respect, man. You're really putting yourself out there, man. Big yourself up, bro. Big yourself up.
Thank you.
White matters, bro. Big stream as always. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, thanks, man. No, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good on this Sunday. So can't lie. It's definitely been a good stream, and I've learned so much as well. So again, Vincent, yeah, like what KB said, thanks for opening yourself up, because I will say this for black men as well, it's not something which a lot of us really do like that. You know what I mean? So I don't know how much you read of the stream, but black men are, in terms of being detained on the Mental Health Act, 17 times more likely than white people to be detained. And we're most at risk for mental health issues. So just by the fact that, Vincent opening up about it is really good. So
right, just even though we're talking about the police, right, and that I remember growing up, my mom said if I ever got in trouble with the police, that she's just going to leave me. That like under no circumstances do I have any business with the police whatsoever. So again, it's just saying that you must be well behaved, that they cannot find any fault in you no matter what. So obviously now she knows a lot better now, because she's been watching a lot of the videos of, the black people here, especially in America, and how they, the altercations that they get into. So her mindset's changed a lot. But growing up, my mom she was Nigerian to the bone. Her mindset, it was very cutthroat. So, and you would think that she would know better, right? Because she really came to the UK at the age of 15. But even then, it just still wasn't enough, because her formative years were spent in Nigeria. So.
Well, you know what, Vincent, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I was thinking that in terms of my mum, because my mum came here very quite young. I think she first came here when she was like.
Sorry, KB, I think I can hear some static. Is that just me?
No, do you know? I think it's me. Is that better?
I can hear you now. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, it's my headphones. Sorry. Just tell me if it goes off. Yeah, no, very similar to what you're saying, because my mum came here quite young. She came here first when she was like 12, 13, and then I only found this out the other day, because I first thought she first come when she was like 17. That's as far as I knew. But she came earlier, went back to Ghana, and then came back here and stayed here, right? But in what's different to say, let's say maybe my mom to say yours, is that because she was here quite young, and like you just mentioned, your mom was here quite young. My mom came here in the 70s, late 70s, 80s. So for example, a lot of the things that I put on my channel, and it's that era. Partly why I bring that up a lot is because I hear a lot about it from my mum, because she came here and she came right in the middle of all the madness happening. So my mum, even now, she would consider herself more British, and forget even the British bit. Yes, she's a Ghanaian woman, but like I've always mentioned as well, our association has always generally been with Caribbean people, to be honest. My mum's first early sort of friends, and most through her life, and definitely mine and my sisters, have been generally Caribbean. I think that's where it kind of differs as well, because I agree with what you're saying, because exactly how your family is, Vincent, majority of my family is like that, right? But I think partly because my mum already had a sort of rebellious mindset, it sort of transferred into me and my sister, and then she came here as well, so that kind of moved on. So that's partly why. But also saying that as well, because I heard you guys talking about different races and marrying different races, and we're talking about it in the chat. I was thinking about it, right? I think only actually one person in my whole family is married to a white person, and then everyone else is with. Yeah. I was thinking. I thought it was more, but it was actually only one. I mean, and funny enough, and then you've got that, and then I've got one uncle. My auntie's technically, she's mixed race, but she's technically not. And then everyone else is married or in a long-term relationship with someone black, whether they're light. I don't know. Is anyone with a Ghanaian? Apart from my uncle, no, one uncle. That's it. Everyone else is not with a Ghanaian. So my family's a bit weird like that.
Yeah, in my family is the opposite. It's like everyone's with a Nigerian. The only one is just a black American, and even that was even like seen as no. So it's just the thought of even a white person. But first of all, if anyone even does that, they will be the very first in my family's history. And my grandma told her, and she said that that if my mum, for example, because actually when my mum was younger, she there was just a few white men that really wanted to marry my mum, but she just said no because back then they were called an SLUT, right? It was a big no-no in Nigerian society back then for a Nigerian to marry a white person. They was looked down on. They were shamed publicly, ridiculed. Their family would be mocked. They'll be seen as selling out and just, that's why I've told my
You know
grandma.
what?
She's, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that I've heard people say similar, and I still get surprised by it, yeah, because I don't know, maybe it's just the people I hang around, but most Nigerians I know, right, male or female, they tend to like white people. So I get surprised when I hear things like this, but I'm not surprised. But almost every Nigerian I know like white people. Much more than Ghanaians do.
I mean, they do,
Male and
but
female.
wait, no, they do. I mean, don't get me wrong. You might see Nigerians dating, but will they marry them? That's the question. Do you see that happening in Marseille?
I can only give one example, and that's my sister's friend, who is a British Nigerian girl, and she's married to a British white guy. However, though, and relating to what people are saying to the chat, they have been engaged for 2 and a bit years, and it's going a bit wayward because her mum is getting involved. So you know what, you lot actually have got a point. Actually, her mum is, well, basically, the girl is basically saying her mum's trying to Nigerianize the wedding, which is quite funny.
Yes, yeah. I know. I've
But
heard
you know
of
I'm
that.
going already.
Yeah, I know. I have. Now that you remember, I remember there was one man, a family friend. He married a white woman, right? But his family, right? They intervened. They made sure that like they Africanized the white woman. So now she knows how to prepare Nigerian dishes. They raise the kids as if essentially like they're black Nigerian children. They never even acknowledge the English side. They just make sure to bring them back for holidays. It's that sort of thing. So I'm not gonna lie. I've noticed with Nigeria when they do swell out, right? They make sure that it is still as Nigerian as possible. Like it's like I've noticed that they don't
Well,
really
that's
seem to be.
good then, though. I think that's a
Yeah, I
good
know.
thing then if you're gonna swell
Because
out.
I've always said to myself that if for any chance I did happen to be with a white, I found myself with a white woman, I'm just gonna Africanize the white one, and my kids are just gonna be raised as if they're black African children. That's what I would do, but that's just not gonna happen because I have no interest or desire to be. But that's something I have noticed a lot among some Nigerians I've seen with white partners. It's so similar, or literally almost the same. Because I have another family friend. He's half Nigerian, half white, and he's even more Nigerian acting than me. Because but.
No, that's mad interesting. Would you all right? Because we're talking about Ghanaians and Nigerians in the chat, right?
Right.
And now I don't know about the Nigerian side, but in terms of the Ghanaian side, right? Would Ghanaians have a problem with the Nigerian? Yes, in a way, but
same on the Nigerian side. Yep, but carry on.
But if like for example, if there was a Nigerian and a Ghanaian, even with the Ghanaian, right? Okay, by default they may go towards them, but then it comes into tribe because our family's a Shanti tribe, yeah. But if you got tribes like Fanti or Ga, we don't see eye to eye. Let's just say that.
Same with Nigeria, with the Igbo and the Yoruba and that sort of
What
various.
are you, Yoruba or?
No, I'm neither. I'm actually in the middle. I'm from Edo State, but if I had to say, I guess my family might lean a little bit more to the Yoruba side, despite us being closer to the Igbo side. But I don't know. It's just Well, carry on.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say because I was thinking about that, and with the Nigerian, it depends on you see, because I don't know, because my family depends on the individual as well. Sorry, what was you gonna say? Go on, bro.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that meth twist. Yeah, you said it right. On the continent, it is so tribal. Like, for example, I'm sorry to offend Patrick. Really sorry, right? Even though we're not Yoruba or that. My family said, do not ever bring home an Igbo girl. That an Igbo girl will just ruin your life. That they will do black magic or juju, right? And all those stereotypes of Nigerian things. But
you know what? I've been told that too. To be honest, I've been told that Nigerian girls will do juju when you, bruv.
I know. But like with my family, they said that like the ones that do the most are those from the Igbo tribe, and I said, okay, so what about a girl from the north of Nigeria? So that's the Fulani, right? And my mom said that again is a big fat no. That Like,
Oh yeah,
it's so tribal. Even among us Nigerians, we don't even like other tribes. Like that's how. But obviously in the West, right, we put up a united front, but behind closed doors, it's a different story. Where like, I guess a lot of whites, blacks, and that everyone, acts. But yeah,
and the thing that makes me laugh though, outside of like, if you're not Nigerian or Ghanaian, we all see the same. So you guys
Right.
internal strife, and I'm like, because in the Caribbean, there's no tribes or anything like that at all. It'll be just on social economic ladders because obviously slavery and stuff. But yeah, we would just see it all as you guys are all the same. So why are you guys having so much issues? But yeah, Mithrid said it best.
It's
The idea of
tribal.
having this one Africa or black people, I've always said never going to happen because it's so stupid tribal. And I don't know if you know this, but why are where's the sort of origin of these tribes? Is it because of family trees? Are they all cousins that just hated each other, so they call themselves this tribe and that tribe? Is there an actual genetic difference? Because it can't be that deep, can it?
Well, do you know what? In terms of Ghana, the genetic difference, I doubt. I mean, the only thing I can say is where there was one thing I can say was a split is one of it was religious. Some of the more northern tribes are more of the Muslim faith. So I don't know if some of that was to do with it. Yes, but I don't know definitively, but I get the feeling some of it's to do with it. That's where the split sort of comes. I don't know. But you know what? I hear you look with the Caribbean thing though. But again, I don't know if it's gone into my family because they don't really mind Caribbeans. I mean, okay. My mum always strayed me away from Ghanaian and Nigerian girls, to be perfectly honest, yeah. She said they were
Even
basically
Ghanaian
rude.
girls, really? Even Ghanaian girls.
Yeah,
Wow.
I said this before, Rex. My mum's like, if you can help it, don't go with a Ghanaian girl. If not, let her be mixed with something. Because she's like, look, oh, she's British Ghanaian. That's basically what she if she was Ghanaian, then yeah, because she's like the mentality is different, and you're just gonna have to attend to her. She didn't really want that for me. And my mum was more of the Caribbean. Now the rest of my family were more on what you kind of said earlier, the no Nigerian, no Caribbean thing. What's interesting though, because most of us boys have got with Caribbean women, right? Of some of different islands or mixed or whatever. Be it my age, the younger ones, and the majority of the men, which are like my uncles and stuff. What's interesting though, so again with the black sort of community, when the female meets the family, if she does, and they've got their Caribbean reservations, if she's pretty, I've seen this more than once. If she's pretty, then their tone changes.
Can I? Oh,
yeah.
Gosh. I was gonna say, like, I've actually started to realize, and honestly, I don't even know. It's really been in the last year and a half. I've also this kind of also ties into a bit of colorism. I've kind of noticed that my family is low key colorist.
Bro, I've got to be honest. I've got more colorist vibes from Nigerians, Ghanaians, definitely.
Yeah, Nigerians
give me colorist
like,
vibes.
I never used to believe it because I thought it was like, okay, it's like saying, oh, like, again, I'm not trying to throw shade towards, but you know how Caribbeans are always just, raiding around mixed people or light skin or lighties. With Niger, it's more so to do with like, how they low key undercover, like light in their skin or, for example, I showed my mom a picture of this woman, really pretty dark brown, and my mom was like, "Oh, okay, she's a bit on the dark side. Is that what you like?" And then another time I showed off this popular Nollywood actress, very like complexion. She said, "Wow, that's smart. She's a very pretty girl." I was just wow. Like I've really I've just now realized how colorist Nigeria and even
the men can be too,
Yeah, but here's the thing, with guys, it's okay for guys to be dark, but if a woman is like of a darker shade, it's kind of like I don't know. I don't see this among men.
It plays into the masculinity part. So masculinity for a guy is clearly good. So dark skin, tall, that's masculine, strong. For a woman, that doesn't work. It has to be feminine. So that kind of stuff. Because even guys display these characteristics when it comes to women. In this case of, actually, sorry, so I was like, guys get this. If you're a light-skinned guy, you're seen as more emotional, feminine. You're not as masculine as a dark-skinned guy. You see in films, TV series, just the stereotype, the light-skinned pretty boy, which is more feminine, not necessarily masculine and tough. So you see it all the time. It's that masculine approach, which is all BS, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and you know how Caribbeans say lighties or that. With Nigerians, they say fair. He's very fair. He's
Yeah,
very
I've heard that.
or he's
I
very
thought it
fair.
was an old school term, but no.
Yeah. That's how they.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, not to even mention a few of the well, some members have actually found bleaching products, you know, or bleaching cream products.
Well, this is what I was going to
I
get
never
into.
really thought about it growing up, you know, it was just more of a case of, oh, you know, I'm just trying to even my skin. No, you are not. Because when I look at older pictures, you're like 5 shades dark. It's just, yeah, it's just,
I'm not even throwing shade, and no pun
yeah, go on.
intended, but I definitely
Sure.
get more you know, in terms of bleaching aspects for Nigerians. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in Ghana, but I've definitely come across more Nigerians that look like they've bleached. You know, you can kind of tell when someone's
I
bleached.
know.
It's that
You know
weird,
what? Just look at their
patchy.
hands. Just look, if you just take a look at their hands and you compare it to their face,
Oh,
that is
yeah,
really dead
yeah.
different. In Nigeria, we instantly know. All you have to do if you're thinking just if you know take a look at their hands and then you see their face. I mean that already in itself will tell you that there was clear evidence of some skin bleaching or something going on. But yeah, exactly, Myth Twist. Yeah, bleached auntie. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh man.
Does it
Yeah.
happen though? Is
So
it quite common among Ghanaian families as well? Or?
you know, do you know what? It does. It does. I wouldn't say I've seen it as much,
Okay.
and I've definitely heard more than once from, because I've known a few Nigerian people too, and
Right.
they've generally, we've had little banter and they've been like, oh God, why are Ghanaians generally darker than Nigerians? Little
Right.
things like that, yeah.
Right.
And overall, are you guys a bit like? I think you are
Especially
like
no,
to
to
a
be honest,
person.
the Igbo regions, right? The Igbo side of us, right? They are very, very light. They are actually naturally light. My mum is
Mm,
actually naturally light, but it's some of her cousins and that who are quite dark. You know, they're now very brown in the face, right? But their hands are still quite dark. But even among my mum, even with my mum too, you know, now that I don't know why I was quite slow to pick this up, right? Over the years, like my mom, she loves to take pictures. You know, when I'm taking a picture of her and it might be sunny outside, she would say I should hurry up taking the pictures, that she doesn't want to be standing in the sun too long, that she, you know, she doesn't want to get burned, that, you know, her nice skin and doesn't. I'm just like, wow. It's kind of sad how pervasive, you know, this mindset is
No,
among even,
Vincent.
especially the upper class families in Nigeria. It's like almost all of them now. I look back on it, and even in our Nollywood film, all the females are all light skinned. Obviously, for the men, it doesn't matter whether
Mm,
you're dark, whether you know you are as dark as charcoal or light as, you know, I don't know, chocolate ice cream, or I don't know. But you know,
mm.
it's the women that unfortunately have this pressure that why, Maz? I think you want to say something.
no, it's mad. And one thing I was going to ask, sort of and this is something which, at one stage, if any of the women are willing to, but because I know
Right.
colorism is a hotbed topic, and I will say a lot of men do just say, "Oh, it ain't like that." You know, if you fine, you fine. But
Yeah, exactly. It's gaslighting pretty much, if we're being honest.
it is. And I've always known you get that light skin privilege in terms of you are all right. Let's be honest, but because you're light skinned, you get an extra couple of points because you are. And if you're darker skinned, you have to be a 10 for you to be seen in the same light as a light skinned person who's, let's be honest, a 7. So I kind of want to hear sort of the women's side of things in that sort of respects as to how they've experienced things. Because again, at the moment, it's a hotbed topic, but again, it's always the case of, like you said, guys gaslight, and it's just like you guys are hitting the nail on the head, which it is a serious thing. The women are the ones who get the brunt of it, whereas the guys like, yeah, you can be dark, you can be light, whatever. So no, I mean, can I ask you a question? Have you guys ever been like pressured then to be with a woman of a certain hue then? So maybe, I don't know, by your families, not by you, but just by your families. And also, I suppose, is that, I know KB, we've had this conversation, haven't we, to be fair?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know what? Not so much. Not so much pressured, but I have been kind of quote unquote asked. Oh, well, asked the statement. Oh, you like your light skinned girls, don't you? Like that. So kind of.
Yeah. But has it
So
always
kind of.
has it been seen as a good thing though? I suppose in answer to that, or is that just a
Well,
slide?
well, do you know what? Initially, when they hear of them, they're kind of side eyeing. But when they've generally been pretty, yeah, like not even being funny, but they've generally been pretty. So when they see her, if they meet her, they usually, oh, well, fair, which means you're pretty, right? So if she's pretty, and especially if she's quite feminine, quite soft and that around the family, like they won't really mind too tough. But it's almost like, in a way, it's kind of like I've got to blind, because like I said, me, my mum and my sister are kind of like, F you to the rest of the family, we do what we like. It's kind of like, oh, we're not even going to bother with him. It's just, I think if other members of the family, especially those that spend a lot of time in Ghana, they might be a bit different towards them, a bit indifferent. You got to remember, we're seen as a bit like British and different.
Yeah.
Do you know them ones? I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. So yeah, that's me.
No, it's fair enough. What about you, Vincent? Have you ever felt pressure? Because I know the two people you mentioned as your type has been.
Like I said, right, with my mum, I'm honestly really starting to be able to believe that she might well, it's not like an active colorist or like, putting down women of a darker complexion, because she's actually light brown herself. She's actually naturally light, but it's just, whenever I bring up pictures of women, it's always, for example, someone like Hilary Banks, literally her complexion, it's like, oh wow, fantastic, awesome, she's so pretty. If I see someone like Amara,
Mama Vincent,
seriously, my mum, she's actually a pastor, and you know how they do, right, when they have their visions, right, or they're prophetic, right, they can see things, right. My mum's often said to me, oh, I see you with a mixed race girl, or and she's probably going to be half Nigerian, half I'm like, wait, hang on a second, wait, what? I really could care less. And every time she's always saying that, yeah, I see you, I don't know, she always likes to like prophesy, or like,
to be fair, I met a few of those, that's actually not uncommon anymore. If a girl's half African to be half Nigerian.
Yeah, I know. Now it's but yeah, yeah, it's just always like, for example, if I brought up a picture like Amara La Negra, right, and I brought her to my mum, she would feel the need to say, oh, she's a 6.5 or 7. But if she happens to be light, right? If she does happen to be of a lighter shade, she would say something like, "Oh yeah, she is an 8.5, she's a 9, and that's it." But she never ever gives any woman a 10. That's something I've now noticed about my mum.
What about something like hair texture? Because someone like Amara Negra, she's got a different hair texture.
Believe it or not, a type 3C hair. Type 3C hair is my mum's. She loves.
Onto the hair texture as well.
Type 3C. I mean, typical mixed race girl hair.
Yeah,
right. She loved that, but yeah. Oh, hi, the TBC. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Blackman. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Thank you. I'm just listening to the conversation you guys are having.
No, awesome.
Just.
Can I just say real quick? Yeah, Meth Twist. Yeah, I agree.
Can you hear me?
I see your future, my son. I don't know, Meth Twist, if you're familiar with Nollywood. Yeah, I know, especially my grandmother as well, right? My grandmother, last year, she made the most colorist statement I've ever heard, right?
Can you hear me?
You see my...
We can hear you, Black Commander. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, my uncle, my mum's older brother, he married a woman who's very, very dark in complexion, and she's not a very nice woman. Let's just put it that way. It's similar to like Harry and Meghan, how took him away from the family, right? That sort of thing. So he kind of cut off contact with the family for like 12 years. And my grandmother said to me, "I don't want to ever see any of you." Especially, I'm going to talk like her, so I'm going to put on the Nigerian accent. So get ready for a laugh, you guys. Hey, Vincent, let me tell you people, listen to me very, very well. I don't want to see any of you marry a woman that is dark as their heart. Do you understand? Because these dark women, they are not to be trusted. Let me tell you, look at what your stupid auntie-in-law has done to my son. As you see, as dark as she is, that is how dark her heart is. This dark one, she said, my grandma, she too is also quite of a light complex. I'm just like, oh my God. I said, Grandma, look, it doesn't really matter, the tone of your skin, right? It doesn't really matter, right? She said, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Hey, all these dark women, every time you always see all manner of problem with it. I don't experience any of this problem with the lighter complexion woman.
Wow.
You know, so, yeah, no, she did say that. She said about that woman. She said, you know, as just as dark as she is, that's how dark her heart is, and she's dark as, you know, who can I you know that yeah, Lou Peter
Lupita Young.
Yeah. She's like yeah, she's of that type of shade, yeah, or even just a little bit darker. So yeah, she said to me, I don't want to ever see any of you guys marrying a woman like that. So, you know, even her, when I show a picture of, you know, someone like Hillary Banks, right, you know that she's of a lighter complexion, right? She will be clapping her hands and she'll be saying, hey, well done, my son. Yeah, you have chosen well done. So, you know, and what she's 89 years. She's going to be turning 90 in a few months or so. So yeah, she's around 90. But yeah, you can imagine. It's just yeah, the older generation are for sure definitely colorist, deeply colorist. So that, you know, took me back then. I wasn't really woke to it, but now I've really understood that's no, and even my mum, it's obviously she's nowhere near as bad as my grandmother, but exactly, Meth Twist. Well done, my son. Yeah, I know, like, you know, even me.
Well done, Vincent, though. Well done, though.
Yeah, I know, exactly like that. Perfect, right? You know, like recently I got awarded a scholarship to do master at either the University of Florida or University of Texas. She said that as well. She was like, hey, well done, my son. Fantastic. You are making our family proud. That is how us Nigerians are. We are number one. Nobody on this face is better than us. We are the giants. So, you know, again, right?
Giants of Africa, yeah? That's what she was going to say.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I told you. See, this is, bro. Let me not start.
KB, you guys are the stars of Africa, though. You guys are the blacks, like, literally the gold. That's what. Yeah, you guys. I mean, that literally is the nickname for Nigeria, the giant, and then for Ghana, it's the stars of Africa. So, I mean, but really, in all true and honesty, right? We are the giants. I mean, you have to give it to us. Like, we are everyone's big brother. So, hey, come on, us Nigerians, we are the best, you know. But hey, moving on.
What we'll do right now is so Black. I saw Patrick's on the stream. Welcome, Patrick. I think new time to the stream, I believe. But Black Commander, I know you've been here first. Do you want to add anything to the topic? Because the topic, just to go back to it, is regards to white in blackface, some of the social stigmas, and stereotypes, and how it causes a lot of black people face. And obviously, Vincent's going through pretty much his life story. So, I mean, do you have anything on the topic at all, Black Commander, that you wanted to add, or your viewpoint at all, being from Nigeria?
Well, actually, I haven't really heard the full conversation. I just heard, I literally just clicked the link immediately. I saw the video, so I'll just listen for now, and then I'll add it when I feel fit.
Cool. So Patrick, welcome. How's it going?
Hello, Patrick, are you there? We can't hear you, Patrick. You might want to leave and come back up.
You're off mute, definitely. But yeah, I suppose once you're back, I don't know if it's whatever it is, but
yeah, that's Africans for you, you know, with their own color. It's more low key, I think, because the reason, look, I know Meth Twist. I mean, Africans too are just as colorist, but the difference is what I've noticed that with Caribbeans, right, in terms of being color, is like, I mean, you can stop me if I'm wrong, Meth Twist. I'm sorry, why it matters, right? You see, with Caribbeans, right, and even growing up, it was always, you know, mixed. It was always centered around mixed race or just the light skinned individual. With Africans, it's just more of a case of, you know, just they would just do it via skin bleaching, and it was just, oh, they're fair, and that was it. If that makes sense. I don't know if KB, you want to also interject from the African point of view towards colors, but I don't know if you agree with me there. Why it matters.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know for Caribbeans, because we're because I know Africans will say Caribbeans date out the most because they love that light mixed race skin, especially when it comes to women. So yeah, I always know that Caribbeans always have that sort of mentality of, again, if she's a mixed race girl, automatically people think she's peng. Right. Opposed to if it's just a black girl, it's like
let me tell you something.
It's that stereotype, isn't it? But that's exactly how it all embeds in. So
you see, right, on the, and I know TBC, you might be able to relate, right, you being in Nigeria, right? A few times, if you know, if they're a mixed race and they do something that's just Nigerians don't approve of, they will be like, oh, you know, she, like for example, my grandmother, there was this half-caste woman similar age to her, and she did something that I can't remember what it was, but I don't know. It kind of like caused some outrage, and you know, I remember my grandmother saying, "Oh, well, you know, she's a half breed, she's a half caste. What, you know, she is not really an African, or you know, I don't know, just things like that." But I don't really see that with Caribbeans because they really, you know, again, this is just from what I've seen, and even growing up, really pedestalized. But with the Africans, it's more of a case of okay, yeah, they're light, you know, yeah, you know, they'll get favors, don't get me wrong, but you know, they'll be wanted by the men. But it's not as if like, oh, because they're mixed. I don't know if you want to take me on, if you want to
Well, Vincent, just to add to what you said,
sure.
Nigerians use the word half caste a lot,
Yeah,
and
yeah, up
it's a
till
bit
this day,
offensive.
half caste.
It's a bit offensive
Well,
to
up to today,
call
still, we
someone
still
of
use that.
Yeah, up till today in 2021.
yes,
Yeah,
even
Oh,
today
yeah.
we use the
even
word
I
half
do
caste.
at times
But
accidentally
but
call it that, but yeah.
well, because of here in Nigeria, it's not really seen as offensive to call someone half caste, so
Yeah,
they just kind of use it in a regular manner.
and even you
So
know,
yeah, he's right.
yeah, and even hearing how they, you know, as we said, right, mixed race in the West is called black. In Nigeria, they will they let them know that you are not black, you're not one. Just the same how I was because of you know, I guess the way I was raised culturally speaking. So, all right, Patrick, he said he has mic issues, but yeah, that's how it is back home. Yeah, they say that they're half caste. I'm pretty sure in that area, that's where Fiona would get along. You know, or as you call them, Fiona, MRs, right? But yeah. Oh yeah, right, Serena. Yeah. I have said to my mum, "Hey, mum, you know one thing, right? It doesn't just stop at Jamaicans, right? I have this Haitian friend of mine, right? He's a neighbor of mine, really cool guy. He has a younger sister. She's like 2 years younger, so I'm 22. She's yeah, she's around 20, 20, 21, yeah. And you know, I remember I gave them a lift because I go to this youth thing at my church every Tuesday night. Um, yeah, my mum, when she found out that the sister tags along with us, and she knew that they were Haitian, she said to me, "Do not ever in your life, ever do I want to see you with a Haitian girl. Do I make myself clear? Do you understand?" And I said to her, "I beg your pardon, what?" And she said to me, "You will not talk back to me like that in that manner, first of all. Second of all, I have said it clear. I do not want to see you with a hate." And I said, "Wait, what's wrong with Haitian?" Again, right, it's another stigma again that, you know, in the Haitian community, it's something to do with obviously in the UK they're not very common at all Haitians because when you come here, a lot of Caribbeans in the USA are of Haitian from Haiti. Um, they do a lot of this um witchcraft no, sorry, not witchcraft, black magic, or was it what do they call it again? Voodoo, right.
Voodoo,
And you know,
juju,
obviously,
yeah.
you know, my mum being a pastor, that does not sit well at all. Is almost like the same as like saying juju, right? Or like saying black magic. That's how it is. And yeah, my mum is like, no, I don't want to see you with a Haitian girl. Make sure you are far from her. Don't even touch her at all. Make sure not to look at her. And I was just like, wow, god damn, like every single nationality. And you know, as Myth Twist said in the chat room prior, it's like, so what do they like? Well, if they're, I guess, of an aristocrat type background, then I guess, yeah, they would get along with them. But yeah, they still, you know, I'm just gonna say there's also a lot of ignorance as well from their part. But yeah,
And just to go on that then. So I suppose answering this question then, do you think these stereotypes have definitely hurt us or helped us in regards to a lot of things, particularly mental health wise? Do you think that's
well, it's definitely a lot more harmful, isn't it? I mean, us even first of all, like Myth Twist said, or what, whether it was you, white matters, right? It doesn't matter whether we're from Nigeria, Ghana, or whether Igbo, Yoruba, Akan, Twi, fans. It doesn't really matter, right? Or whether you're from Jamaica. To everyone else around the world, we are all the same, right?
Yeah. So
it is harmful, and even us being divisive, right? You know, turning against each other. It clearly it's not beneficial towards us, is it? It's kind of harmful, and we have a lot more in common than we do. Yeah.
And just to add to what you said about Haitians, I'm not sure why they associate them with voodoo and all these things because when I was in the US, I do remember many Haitian children being like bullied or
right
treated differently because of this. They think they do black magic or voodoo, or they think they eat cats and things like that. It's just I'm not I don't know where's that from.
Yeah,
Like that
I don't
stereotype,
know.
that stigma.
But you know what's so funny, right? A lot of Haitians, they love Nigerians. I was quite shocked. They're just like they're always like telling me like, oh yeah, Wales and Nigerians as well, and they all throw their fists in the air and then they'll try and talk to me in a Nigerian accent. I was at a Haitian restaurant last month, eating. Obviously, I didn't tell my mum I went to a Haitian diner. So she would have lost her mind if I did. She would have said, "Oh my gosh, you need to go in for deliverance, spiritual cleansing." That's how I know, right, Serena? Yeah, exactly. Here in the USA, they get bullied a lot by the ADOS or Black American. And not to add to that as well, my cousins that were born and raised, they too get. So that's why I'm like, to answer the question, is it beneficial for us, all these stereotypes? No, it's not. I think it's quite obvious at this point.
No, it is, and the thing is as well is because, and I agree. So a lot of the stereotypes, I'm pretty sure they're white enforced. I mean, because I'm thinking, where do these stereotypes even come from? Because at the end of the day, a lot of these things aren't even things which I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's just me like to be honest with like the white media, because a lot of times, how would I know what Haiti and Haitians do if it wasn't for some media outlets showing some Haitians with their roots? And a lot of times it's the negative stereotype because a lot of people want you to hate someone who looks like you. And
right.
And then what kind of kills me the most is some of the most stupidest things I've ever heard in my life have come from Black people, and yet they complain the most about being stereotyped themselves.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Is it
what?
Sorry, go on,
matters, bro. No, not to cut you, bro, but exactly what you're saying. I agree, right? Those places do tend to come a lot from white media, white stereotypes, etc., right? But is it more on them that they're portraying this, or are we just a bit stupid? Because just like you're saying, yeah, we reinforce these more than anyone, but we should actually know better because we're the actual people that's been accused of the stereotype.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Yes,
I think a lot of it is to do with our stupidity, or we just easily impressionable, and we just run with it for some strange reason, as opposed to questioning. Hold on a second.
I mean, look, even here in America, right? I even faced that in my uni, right? Among my Black American counterparts, because me, sometimes I wear my dashiki, I have my purple, my green, my yellow, my white, and they like to distance themselves from me, right? But all the white kids or the Latinos, they're like coming up to me and they say, "Oh my gosh, you look so cool! Wow, Vincent! Wow, this is so awesome! Like, wow, can I take a picture?" So many people have taken pictures of me just right next to me because they like my dashiki shirt, and so I wear my red beads. The Black Commandos is our in the Edo state. That's our tradition. So I'll wear that. And I'll wear my sunshades. Like in the profile bit. But yeah, it really, a lot of people, they're like, "Wow, oh my gosh, you look so cool, like, you look so regal," and this, because, and then, when I also open my mouth, it shocks them as well. They're like, "Wait, hang on a second, so where are you from?" So you're gonna have to give them my history, my background, and they're like, "Oh, okay, so you're British Nigerian American," because I was born here in Florida, of Nigerian heritage by my parents and raised in the UK. So, 3 different places. So it's like, wow. So obviously you're living here where you were born, wearing your dashiki and you're speaking with an English accent. So it really throws people off, as you can imagine, But they just don't like to identify with me at all, because to them they're like, wow, well, they're like they will let it be known that they are not African, that they are ADOS, or they are Black American, and they will tell me that I'm not Black. And I said to them, "Excuse me, I am Black." And they said, "No, you're not Black, that you're African or you're British or whatever you identify."
Well, to add to that, yeah, Vincent, that happened to me as well. Like they say that, well, not all of them, first of all, but a certain percentage of Black Americans would tell me that I'm not black, even though like I'm from Nigeria, I'm from a black country, and you know what I mean. It's just ridiculous. But anyways,
I think why it matters wanted to say something. Sorry for cussing.
No, don't worry about it. You know, it's your guys to speak. I'm just the host. But no, I mean, and to answer your point, Black Commander, and you're so right. I don't know. It's so stupid when you listen to that kind of BS from people who, of all people who shouldn't, you think wouldn't actually say that to your face.
Right.
That's the kind of thing which kind of just grates you a little bit more. And it's just like, why? If you guys always talk about the stereotypes and the prejudice that you felt for being of a different skin color, why would you then transfer that to another group of people who look just like you just because they're from a different place, which they can control? No one can control where they're born. No one can control that. And the thing is, it's like on Monday they hate you. On Tuesday, they want you to march with them. On Wednesday, they hate you.
Right, exactly.
Thursday, they want you to identify with their struggle. Friday, they hate you again. And, you know, Saturday, they may just be all right. And Monday, go right back again in circles. Right. And it's just like, hold on a second. You've been horrible to me this whole goddamn week, year. And now all of a sudden there's an issue. Now all of us, we want to unite on this tag of being black. It's like, it don't work that way, does it? And this is what I hate with black people, because like, they don't seem to understand the traumas that we cause ourselves the most with this BS situation. I understand you can have some playful digs and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of these things are just unprovoked BS. This bullshit. And then all of a sudden we have these hashtags. All of a sudden now, if you don't or if you're not on your side, it's like, oh well, you have to be like, well, hold on a second. You know what I mean? I'm not black for starters, so how do you want me on my side? It's just it's madness. These stereotypes hurt us so much, and we stigmatize ourselves more than anyone. And like, what is with that? What is with that?
Yeah, and it's not even that, right? They actually genuinely do feel like they are superior to other, and they do it as well to Caribbeans as well. Because one of my really best friends here as well, he's Jamaican American, and he calls himself Jamaican. He said, yeah, they're like, even in high school, they said, you know, to him, they're like, do they have running water? Do they have electricity in Jamaica? They also stereotype against Caribbeans. They do not like. Whether you're African or Caribbean, it does not matter. They see us the same, you know. And he said, yeah, that personally he doesn't really like ADOS people because of his experiences with them. You know, that they say the most horrendous things about Jamaicans. I don't know. A lot of them they don't like Jamaicans either at all.
The thing is, what a lot of Caribbeans need to push back on is, if it wasn't for Caribbeans and their civil rights movement, America wouldn't have a civil rights movement. X, half Grenadian, okay? Marcus Garvey was the reason why it triggered the civil rights movement in the US. So what a lot of Caribbeans need to really push back on is this whole idea, because if it wasn't for Caribbeans, starting from Haiti was the first, the whole black comes from Haiti. The Black Power, Black Republic comes from Haiti. So a lot of these ADOS Americans, when they chat this shit, they don't know what they're talking about. If it wasn't for Caribbeans and even Africans who came together, a lot of this shit wouldn't take place at all. So I never understand that BS that keeps on getting depicted.
So, and could I add to that as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, and also, I've noticed that these ADOS identitarians or whatnot, they think the world revolves around them. Like they really do believe that Nigerians and everybody else owes them reparations. That there was a live stream yesterday with one of them, and he said that people in Nigeria need to pay Black Americans reparations.
Yes, right. Yesterday,
it's just ridiculous. Like, I mean,
he said that Africans need to pay them. I was like, are you out? Like, you have lost your marbles. Like, I don't think so. And I said it's not going to happen in the next century. But here in America, Africans and Caribbeans, they unite. They do very well together, like really well. Because I remember I was talking about it with my Nigerian cousins and even a few of my Jamaican friends here. And they said, wait, what? Like, I don't know what is going on with you Africans and Caribbeans in the UK, but here that's not the case. Caribbeans and Africans are united. It's really against ADOS people that they have the most beef with. So I don't know. I guess it's just the UK. It's more of an ignorant, but it's died down a lot, as we can tell.
I'll add one more. I'll add one last statement, right? So, unfortunately, this ADOS, I guess, xenophobia is growing on social media, like on Twitter and on like Instagram, things like that. You might notice it. So
it was bigger.
It's just bad.
It was bigger from years ago. I've realized, because I was there when the inception of that term came into place.
It it was only like 4 years ago. So
yeah.
So it's in the term. It was from Irene Yvette,
Is
who
that
is
right?
also a grifter. Yeah,
Oh,
that's her.
Nasheed. I thought it was Tariq Nasheed.
No. Nasheed was FBA. He started Foundational Black American.
Yeah.
It's
But
pretty much the same thing, different grift.
Well, the thing is, I have no problem with it. Like, I'll be a CDOS, you know what I mean? Caribbean descendant of slavery. It is what it is. I don't. This is the problem. I don't want to make it sound like a bashing segment. It's not about having the tag. It's about why do you need to disrespect other people? This is the thing. What I hate
Exactly.
the most. But then again, I'll say this though. This is what Nigerians seem to be doing to other people or certain tribes. It all just seems to be a combination of tribal warfare. So everything that was happening now is tribal warfare, which seems to be just where everything inception from it. If you can say all this came from Africa, therefore Africans started the whole tribal warfare. I don't know, and I don't care. But it's just tribal warfare again, just on a different level. So that's how
I would like to add
stupidity on steroids.
Yeah, and I'd like to just make one thing clear. So I'm not saying that Black Americans started this tribal thing, but I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like wanting to improve like their own problems and social conditions, right? My issue is with the statements and the xenophobia and the just unnecessary attack on other Black people. Like literally, the whole movement hasn't done anything but just talk trash about Caribbeans, Africans, and anybody else who's not American Black.
No, if anyone's more xenophobic out of order, I'm gonna say it's probably Black. They really are. Honestly, because I've never experienced so much xenophobia. And even though, right, growing up in the UK, right, I have, as I said earlier, right, the beef between, some Africans and the Caribbean. I'm telling you, right, why it matters in KB, it is next level here in America. Like, it really is actually bad. Like, especially in my uni, I've said it a few times, I almost got ganged up on because I was like saying, well, you guys are African. They honestly, like, these guys do not want to be associated with African or Caribbean. Like they even think that Caribbeans are even doing worse than Africa. Like that's how poor their image is of us, right? And when they talk about traveling abroad, they all say they want to go to Brazil, Italy, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Colombia. And I said, oh, so why not take a trip to Jamaica or I don't know, Barbados or Grenada or something? And they're just like, why would I want to go to that S-hole country? I mean, I'm being serious with you. Like these guys actually said that to me, and they said, and they say the same thing as well about African countries. And I'm just like, well, you guys realize that, like, ancestry-wise, that you guys are African or you derive. Do you know what they told me? They're like, no, not really. We are Native American. We also have 20% white in us. We're also mixed with this and that, native this. I'm just like, are you kidding me right now? I don't recall someone who's from the Caribbean or Afro-Caribbean saying something like that at all. Like, I mean, they will acknowledge that, but these ones here, it's worse. Like,
can I address a few of these things?
Go ahead,
if that's okay. Yeah. So you guys, for example, brought up like Tariq Nasheed and ADOS and FBA, right? I've seen exactly what you was talking about, White Matters, and I do like Tariq Nasheed, yeah. But the way that whole movement is going with this, like you said, TBC, is been a lot of unnecessary insults and stuff. So, prime example, you guys are talking about the reparations whole thing, yeah, and the whole notion that Africans should pay FBAs or ADOS or whatever they want to call themselves today, reparations. I've actually seen that notion. It's actually been quite recent. It's a recent thing amongst their movement, and they do mean it as well. That's the new ideal, that they should be paid by particularly sort of West Africans, etc., for reparations because we gave them away, right? And then you've got this other thing, just like you guys are saying, they insult Black Africans, Caribbeans, Black British, etc. Now, I don't know if it was Tariq Nasheed exactly that said it, but I've definitely heard the notion of one of the reasons they consider us different, for example, even us Black British, is, oh, you guys had things at the Windrush and you guys were invited there and you went of your own free will. We were just brought here. And it's like, really, is that really your mindset? Is that really what this is about? This sounds like a bout of jealousy or something. What the hell is this? And also to answer what you guys are saying, I think it was Myth Twist that asked, how do we solve it? Well, first and foremost, for all the issues that Africans and Caribbeans may have, for example, in the UK, yeah, first of all, it has calmed down a hell of a lot. I agree with you guys. And number two, it's issues, but it's not that bad to the point where it's causing like physical warfare, for example, like that. It's just a few ignorant things here and there. But to be perfectly honest, I think, and this might sound like I'm isolating them, but to me, Caribbeans, Black Brits, and even Africans, right? I think the three of us have got more of a chance of getting to a positive solution than involving Americans, because
Oh, I agree. Yep. Oh, I agree
Americans
with
want to self-isolate themselves from
you.
the
Yeah.
other three. And
Yeah.
to be perfectly honest, and we've seen it in this country, when there is a black issue, and like you said, White Matters, for example, one day they wanted to march, one day you're not black. Here, whether you're Caribbean or you're African, one thing that both sides agree on is that everyone's black. No one disagrees with that.
Right.
And when push comes to shove, and we really have an issue where it's a black issue, you've seen it on some of the videos I put up, everybody just gets together. They're not just going to be like, oh, that was an
And
African,
Canadians, yeah.
we're not going to back him. Yeah, we just, it's just a black guy.
Yeah.
We're backing it. It doesn't matter. So I think when it comes down to it, I think, and in Black Britain, I feel like there's more of a, I've said this before, I feel like there's more of a sense of, I don't want to say blackness, I don't want to use that word, but do you know, like,
it's like
in the original sense.
It's like this, understanding that, yes, okay, we may be from different countries, but we're all black in the West. And I agree with you. That, yeah, that's right.
And I think it's just because of this, because we have lived together longer. I think the issue is once you with a certain group longer, a lot of these stupid stereotypes aren't as prevalent, because your friend is from Ghana, your friend is from Nigeria, your friend is from Barbados, your friend is Black American. So I think once you have, because I think if you was to go to New York, Vincent, I think you'll have a different experience, because in New York, a lot of immigrants, because it's obviously New York, like London, for example, you have a lot.
Yeah. I have been there.
Of a mesh.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a case of once you are exposed to more of these groups, because there'll always be friction when groups come in, even with white groups, Italians, Russians, with the Americans, the Brits, Eastern Europeans. There's always that friction to begin with. So the first generations or maybe couple has that flipping gripe, and then afterwards it becomes better, because hold on, we realize, yeah, this is all BS. What our parents went through is stupid. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what they need to go through. Like, probably we've gone through there quicker. Like our interracial dating, we've gone past the point where Black Americans are at 20%. We're like 60%. You know what I mean? So I think it's just that point of someone said it, your reference points. Yeah, we have more reference points because we can relate to each other, because we know each other's culture inside and out, pretty much, for the most part. So I think that's what it is.
And again, this is another cultural thing, right? When you asked me earlier, where do I, trying to fit in, and I did with them, but they said, oh, if they take me to their hood, I'll get clowned, and and especially if they knew if I was African. Apparently, they said some people will try and shoot me because I don't know, for some reason they have extreme anger towards Africans. It looks like they haven't gotten over it. That of the trade back then, right? Because they said, oh, that we sold them, right? And during the TBC, when we were on Critical African Thinkers channel, he said after they've gotten reparations that they're going to come right for us, Africa. And he said, that all of us better be prepared and we better pay up. And I said, well, hang on a second. So which African country are you going to go to anyway? Even if you're going to get and this was almost done 300 years ago. Like, this isn't something that's in exist. But yeah, Myth Twist, I kind of have been by the hood, but I've not really gone in the hood, if that makes sense. But I've been in predominant Black American areas. But
I mean, it's just trying to scare, it is. I mean, at the end of the day, they themselves don't even go into those places. So I'll say less of that BS. I mean, they themselves know not to go to certain places, so they keep acting like that. I'm like, look, who do you think gets shot all the time in the hood?
Right, and I told them that. Yeah, exactly.
So
and
don't come with that BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there was one time one guy, he left the school because he was just that guy. He was just really taking the mick out of me because I was wearing my green dashiki shirt that day. I guess I must have looked very Afro centric at my uni, and he started going on a rant about Nigeria, saying how effed up we are, this and that, and he said, oh, that you MFers better come here and like lick their boots or something and be grateful that because of them. And this has happened to me in real life, TBC, that because of them, that's the reason why us Nigerians are able to come in the are able to come here to the US. And and you know what I said to him, right? Just out of anger, because that's how pissed off I was. I said to him, well, it's not my fault that you guys got caught, that we were just able to run faster. That's just, I don't mean to say that because God
peak, bro.
no, seriously. I don't mean this as any like literally, God forgive me for saying that, but that's what it just came in the moment. I said, well, look, I mean, it is what it is. We were just able to run faster. We were just smarter, that sort. But I don't know. That really triggered him, obviously, and yeah.
Well,
because I could have gotten myself shot, obviously, if he had a weapon on him. But yeah.
Well, Vincent. So my advice to you would just be to ignore those people. Like, trust me.
They are xenophobic as hell. I can tell you that they are. Because even in Alabama.
Yeah, I think they're probably worse than white Americans. I think
no, they are. They really have extreme hate.
A lot of times they think they can't be racist apparently. So they're more racist because they believe they can't be racist. But I kind of want to get away from this topic because I don't want to get on the it's not about this, and I don't want this to be like this. So I kind of want to get away from this topic. I kind of want to get back to the original talking points. Even though this is all legit points, I don't want to marinate on this too much because we could be here forever. So Myth, I believe that is you. You got like a Japanese sort of
it's him. That's his.
Yeah. Cool. So welcome to the show. Obviously you've been here for a while now. So let's try and get back onto the topic as well. I mean, in regards to mental health and social stigma between Black people, at our big old age right now, because a lot of us, obviously all of us are over the age of, let's say, 21.
Okay, go on. Yeah, Karen, it was just something that Fiona said in the chat room.
And that's why I want to get back to the stereotypes. I want to say this. Do you still feel that you're under a social stigma to be a certain way, even though you know better? Who wants to start first? Vincent, let you go with you first.
I don't understand. What are you saying? How I'm supposed to?
Do you still believe that you have to act in a certain way still now at your age? Do you still believe that there's a certain way to be Black, and do you still feel mentally under pressure to be that way?
Not at all. No. All I just see is that as a Black person, I'm just supposed to succeed. That's how I see it. I feel like I'm supposed to make Black people proud. In fact, to be honest, I see myself as representing the Black British community. If I'm going to be honest with you, I want to make Black Brits proud. So that's why I said my goal is to be, on that list of the most successful Black British person in British history. So no, that for me it's not that at all. It's just to be successful and in life.
No, awesome. KB, what about you? I mean, do you have any sort of stereotypes that you believe that you have to live up to?
Well, do you know what? Very good question. I believe in a way, yeah. For example, being British and Black, right? I mean, it's little tiny things, and I can say this with, for example, little things like identifying features, i.e., since, like, for example, I've grown my hair back, I get a lot more Black women's attention, little things like that, little tiny things. But I think also as well, being Black right at the moment it's a weird place to be, because I think a lot more of us are socially aware of the things we sort of were taught as the norm, and realize that a lot of it is not beneficial. And so I think a lot more of us are aware of that. But at the same time, because especially the last sort of 40, 50 years, we've had this sort of these labels on what is to be Black, is to act Black, is to look Black, is to sound Black.
Right.
We've for example, people like all of us, for example, we're talking this very open and honest conversation. But at the same time, if you look at my iTunes playlist, I've got certain music where do you know what I mean?
It's drill.
It's subconsciously, I'm subconsciously drawn to certain things still. So I'm like, without even thinking about it. And sometimes I got to catch myself. Do you know what I mean? Like if it's something that's a bit like, no, I'll leave that. So I think we're in this weird place of we've been told what black is, and a lot of it we're happy to accept and be like, okay, this is our culture, this is us. But with some of it, it's been kind of enforced on us, and I feel like we're stuck between this place of this is not, you know, this is not necessarily us, but then what is us? I don't know. It's yeah.
I hear you, and it's always a tricky one because of again, we when we watched the documentaries on your stream, KB, about how from the Windrush generation, we had to create our own subculture, and obviously a lot of people, either some of them, if they didn't fit into that subculture, they were seen as white. So there's always that identity issue, which I've seen, and so I get where you come from, even though it's a tricky one to say. I get what you're saying.
I do have one question, right? Do you think it's obviously right, like you said, it's like we're in this cultural dilemma right now at the moment that you know, okay, I'm gonna just obviously have to reference because I don't even like talking about them because of the xenophobia thing. You know, like ADOs, they've had time, right? The past 300 or 400 years, as they say, as they've been in this country. That we're now in that stage where we're now really making it mainstream. So now it's like, you know, it's obviously a British Afro-Caribbean culture. Do you think we're now in that stage where it's now becoming official? We're defining what it means to be black and British, and what?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, and it's constantly evolving as well because of
the immigrants coming every time.
Absolutely. You're right. We are in that stage of trying to almost find ourselves, which we have been for the longest. So I think we have found ourselves in a certain way, but there's other aspects which we're trying to now move the needle point. So yeah, I agree with that, Vincent, wholeheartedly. Myth twist, what do you think about it? Do you still have pressure, even though you're older, to act a certain way, think a certain way, or are you just like, fuck it?
Salute to the panel, everyone on here. KB, My Matters, Vincent, Black Commander. I'm surprised to see TBC up here, but it's good to see him up here as well.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because yeah, it's supposed to be Black Brits only, I think, but I just
no. It ain't that. Maybe if you was American, it might be a bit, but no, it's all good, man. White Matters.
If you were American,
White Matters is cool from what I've seen. Cool with people, so
until people are different, that's the thing. But everyone's been cool, so it's all good.
I would have given you
some
slack.
Actually, that reminds me. I wasn't too sure. So, was this stream supposed to be like about Black Brits mainly, or
no,
anybody?
This space is kind of just a space where a lot of Black Brits come to. But me personally, I don't have any problems at all with anyone coming in, as long as you're just respectful, which you have been, and I've obviously spoke with you beforehand. Anyone can come up and give their viewpoint. So I don't have a you're not one of us. I don't have that sort of mentality because I don't believe in that kind of stuff. So
you come over here to America, White Matters, your mind will change. Trust me. You come in and you interact with it. You will see real quick. I was off that mentality. I was like, oh yeah, we are all black. No, I was given a reality check very quickly.
But what I'll say though is I'll position myself differently like that. So I will keep myself to myself in terms of I won't say myself, but I'll play it differently, I suppose. But me, I can only control what I'm gonna do on this space. And I won't go to if I know that and you told me I won't go to their spaces, I'll be like, okay, cool.
Not to interrupt you, White Matters, but to be honest, I don't really see a problem with having like a British only space, because like most of your videos, I usually just listen from the clouds. I don't really join because I don't want to interrupt, or like, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with having a British centered space if that's what you want, or an American centered space, or even Nigerian centered space. Like the only problem would be if we all got up here and started bashing, like, a different group. That would be different.
This is what I mean. Absolutely. And that's why I want to get away from that topic. But yeah, and to be fair, I find that this space kind of I talk about British topics anyway. So I suppose my audience might be probably different, but even people in the audience aren't from the UK as well. So yeah, this space kind of has been a British space for definite. It's definitely a safety hub for Black Brits. I'll say that. So I definitely have our back like that. So it won't be a case where I'll just toss you guys to the side just because I've got some new audience. I'll definitely say that this is a hub for people, Black Brits, to come to. So yeah, that's definitely a safety point.
Can I just say very quickly, when you said also about the stereotype, I just remembered, right? I guess maybe the stereotype of Nigerians, I guess that might, bear relevance to this as well. Yeah, I guess obviously it's been fueled and pumped in, my mind by my parents growing up that, you've got to be successful, that you are a Nigerian, that us Nigerians, we are go-getters, we're this, we're that, and I guess that. But for me, to be honest, I don't know. I'm just, no.
Well,
Yeah,
I asked you earlier in the chat, and you said yes. And I asked you, if the pressure you got from your family is the reason why you are where you are now, and would you have gotten there
yeah,
without
it's
that pressure?
comfortable, right? But if it wasn't without my family, probably not. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Because they
So
grew up, yeah.
exactly, but that's why they'll do it, though. You get what I'm saying? Because
Right.
they'll look at it like, well, you don't end up like those Caribbean kids where they ain't doing shit. And
No, it's
you know what I mean. And look, we've seen the stats. It's not some shit that's being made up. I'm of a Caribbean background. I can tell you right now, it's not being made up. It is reality. But
yeah, but Africans aren't doing as better as what they make out to be. I've shown the stats. I don't know if you've seen that as well. Where when it comes to A levels and university degrees, Africans
Wait,
are
really?
No, bro.
Wow.
Let me show you this. Let me show you this.
Have I seen that?
I'm sure you've seen this. I did a stream on this. I was like, you Africans say that they're so much better, but they do better than Caribbeans, but they don't do better than white kids and all this kind of other stuff.
Well, I was looking at the GCSE results. It was like even the
GCSEs are bullshit in this country because they get changed all the time. So I don't even go by GCSEs. Forget all that.
Okay. Okay.
But GCSEs you do better than whites and blacks, but only slightly better. Right? Let me show you something.
Yeah, no, I agree. I know.
Right. Okay. So this is the A levels. Okay. From 2019 to 2020, and you look at this. Okay. So here you go, black group, black African, 12.7. Now you do better than black Caribbeans, but every other statistical group you don't do better than. You don't do better than Bangladeshis, Indians, just about Pakistanis. You don't do better than Chinese. You don't do better. So I don't know what I'm here seeing. And then if I go to A-level results, university level results, sorry, let me get the university ones up here. Just give me
We're
a
like
sec.
13%.
Why Matters was ready, I love it. He was ready.
I'm having this mess when I keep hearing this BS. I'm like, man, give me this. Now, if Africans dominate the degrees, because when I went to my sister's undergrad, what do you call it, graduation, I heard a bare African names. I didn't hear any Caribbean names. But anyway, look at this. I'm telling you, man. We all I'm saying is we're in the same boat together. That's all I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say.
Okay, so what about our mixed race counterparts? Are they on par with us, or do they do better?
It's difficult because mixed could mean anything. It could be mixed white and Asian. It could be mixed.
It's probably mixed white and Asian, if we're being honest.
I thought so too. I did too. So I'm just like, that's what I believe, but I can't confirm. But all I know is that as the black group, we don't do well, and we do better in the groups that we shouldn't be doing well. Look, we have the most lower second, thirds, or just passes when it comes to undergrad degrees. So
one question is,
I know for a fact if I was in the UK, if I brought home less than a first class, I would get worked. I would, because this is when I was in year 11, I didn't know at the time I was going to be going to the US. My mum always said that when you go to uni, you better get a first class, or else I will send you to Nigeria, and then you're going to come back and you're going to score a first class. Because she's always banging on and saying that, well, when I was in uni, me and all the other Nigerians, we all scored first class. So it's a standard that all our children also scored first class as well. So yeah, in that regards.
I mean,
I'd like to add to that as well.
Sorry, go on, go back, Commander, go on.
Oh no. You go first. I
was going to say, I'm hearing it. I always hear the stereotypes, but the stats, man. I don't know what you want to tell you. You know what I mean? It's
the point they're making is that, because what I said was they're doing better than Caribbean specifically, and at the end of the day, they are.
Oh no, they are. Yeah, I agree.
When I was at university, at the end of the day, when I was there, majority of the people were there and doing STEM. There wasn't really Caribbean people in there, it's like. I see where they're coming from. Like I see it, so I get what they're saying. And to be honest, if I speak to a lot of Africans around my age, there's a different mentality with a lot of them compared to a lot of the Caribbean race people around my age. And not entirely like all the time, but there just generally is. And again, it's that, which is why I asked Vincent, because to do the culture you have, you're going to get that pressure to go and do stuff. Now, there's some Caribbean Caribbeans that will get that pressure, but not in the same direction or in the same exact way. It's not so much like you have to become a doctor or you have to do this. I mean, I even said this before to Vincent about my ex who was mixed. You know, on her Nigerian side, same thing. Like, you better do this, you better do that, you better do da. You know, and so that's where, you know, it's just that pressure from it. But the question that I was asking him, and I kind of asked all of you already, and you kind of have addressed it, was to do with if the stereotypes. Well, there's various stereotypes, but that particular one as well, like, is that something that helps people, or is it more harmful? If you've got a family where they're telling you from day dot, if you don't get certain grades at school, then you're a failure. Like, that just seems fucked up and harsh. But then I didn't come from that background. But then if it has the results it has, it's like, I don't know, you know, like, but look at Asians. I mean, they're dominating in a lot of fields, both types of Asians, you know, and it's like, they got a similar culture. And then we sit here and we say black people have to do shit and we need to build shit and we need to get shit together. And the black people who are most going to be likely to do that are the ones that have this same mentality as the Asians, as you better get into being this and being that. And so I guess for me, as someone who's from a background that's so different to that, like, I struggle to say that's what you should do, but I can't deny the results, you know? And it's like,
Myth,
I don't know.
Can I respond to that a bit? Do you know what? Do you know what? You're dead on, yeah? And do you know what's weird about it? Is because part of what it is that I know, at least in terms of from a West African perspective anyway, is that things like education in the West is almost seen as quote unquote easier. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So
my mom,
if you're going to study here, you better smash it, because this is a piece of piss, basically.
Right. Yeah. But my mom,
that's partly where it comes from.
Right. And my mom, she's always said, go on.
Well, I was about to say, my apologies, Vincent. Go ahead.
No, Black Command, answer. You take it. Vincent's been talking a lot, so you go ahead.
Okay, so I was about to say something actually. I was about to say that well, I've heard that Africans do better, like in US and in UK. Now, I'm not sure how true that is in the UK, but in the US, I'm not sure if this is like factually correct or not, but I did see that they did make a good amount of salary, and also like in terms of education as well, many scholarships and academic awards they go to Africans. Like I have a friend. Now I guess he's one example, and he's just my friend, but he got the highest mark in the University of is it Michigan? I'm not sure. One of these states, he got the highest grade there, and he said he saw many Nigerians as well when he was also getting his award. So I think because of our culture and because of how education is so enforced, and how like the hierarchy of education in African, like many African cultures, I think that's a driving force.
But you know,
and also,
go on.
Yeah, no. You.
I was just gonna really finish this. Here's something that I've noticed. Right, Caribbeans in America do very, very well. I don't know why.
That too. Yeah.
That's something I've noticed. Like for example, my Jamaican friend, right? His family, they are pharmacists. They live in really well in a well-end neighborhood, and a few other Caribbeans, like they're doing. I don't know, because he told me the other day that because he has a few cousins in the UK, obviously Jamaica, and he said that his family used to always say that why is it that when Caribbeans go to the UK they don't do as well, but in the US they do very well, and they get into really good profession, and they're almost earning six figures, if not that and more. But I don't know.
Are they doing better significantly in education, or are they finding other routes to success?
I don't know about the education. I've not really heard much about that, but I just know that
I can definitely understand why outside of education, because the opportunities in America, there's just vastly more.
Yeah. There's far more, and they as a whole. I remember I was looking at one stat. Caribbeans as a whole in America are doing pretty well, like quite even better than native born Americans. Like they seem to excel. Well,
I think a lot of it is to do with, I could be wrong here, but the type of Caribbeans that migrate.
It's Haitians, predominant. A lot of Caribbeans in America are usually Haitians. I'll probably say 60% is Haitian and like.
Okay, fair enough then, because I think a lot of it's to do with like social the social class element, because maybe in the UK, the type of Caribbeans that came over here, maybe they experienced more because it was pre a lot of the Race Relations Act. A lot of the things took place there, which may have embedded a different mindset, as opposed to the Caribbeans that went post civil rights movement. Because you have Caribbeans who went to the US pre civil rights and post civil rights. I don't know. I'm guessing. I've read a few things, but I think that's the reason why a lot of the Caribbeans that go to the US maybe have a better background than the Caribbeans
They
have
do.
experienced.
Yeah, and like Fiona said, right, and I've said this before so many times, that those that come directly from the Caribbean, they are very, if I they're
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Memphis, yeah.
No, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it happens all the time. Same with the Asians, same with every community. When of course when they're directly from the country, usually it's gonna be the best people.
I was gonna say it's gonna skew it because it's gonna be the really because keep in mind to get into the US it's tough because they have so much restrictions to get in there to get like citizenship or that kind of other BS. Whereas again,
it's harder in the UK. Trust me, I
think so.
Getting citizenship, it's harder in the UK than
fair enough.
the
Then
US.
I think so.
In the UK, well, in the UK, then I'll say this: a lot of the they've stopped a lot of Caribbeans coming to the UK, a lot of them as well. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of I don't know. I just think it's a case of the class of people who've gone to both countries are different.
And you might be right as well, right? On different types of Caribbeans, because here it's almost always if someone's here in America is Caribbean American as they call themselves, they'll say, "Oh, I'm Haitian," or someone will say that they're from Barbados. It's only just a few times I'll even meet someone who's of Jamaican, but they like to call themselves Jamaican all the time. That's something I've noticed about the Jamaicans here in the USA. They just call themselves Jamaican. So
to also add to what you're saying, I have noticed that Haitians do very well, and in school also Jamaicans as well. Yeah, there were several Haitian doctors and lawyers when I was, well, not so much in the US, but I was actually in Canada back then. Like I realized that there were a lot of them, and they did very well in school education, that kind of thing. So I think it's mostly culture, the culture embedded in them. But and they use our culture and they come here and then obviously.
But it's the culture of the ones that go. So again, it's a unique person leaves. Country. So again, we sort of we look at a certain segment of people and think, oh wow, you're all good. You go over to their home countries, I guarantee it'll be the exact same as what you think Black Americans are. You'll have some that are outperforming others, some which are just lower class. You will get all of that because when I go over to the Caribbean, I'm seeing something completely different. I'm seeing a group of people. I'm like, listen, how is it? You guys have a land and you can't get the fucking road sorted out, and you guys
it's the same in Africa, same in Nigeria, right? It's the same thing, right?
I'm just like, how a group of people are so smart can't get this
right? Exactly.
A road and a motorway sorted out. You know what I mean?
There's an interesting thing with this as well, though, like to do with Africa and the Caribbean, to do with this whole idea of there being like a brain drain, where it's like a lot of the smartest people were going to the Western countries and stuff. And I'm kind of curious, I don't know if I'm not really sure. I know in Africa, there's lots of different developments and stuff going on, but then you've got China kind of coming in and putting their fingers and shit, and the same in the Caribbean. And it's kind of like, I kind of wonder sometimes, with all this performance and whatever, even if Black people or, Africans or Caribbeans, even if they start doing well in these other countries, to what end? Like, what's it going to be utilized for? Because they're not in their own countries predominantly building and stuff.
Could I respond to that?
Yeah, go on.
No. I mean, my apologies for cutting you off, but you can finish.
No, it was a question anyway.
Well, see, I do think that there are more quality thinkers and doers leaving, but the best of the best are still in Nigeria, from what I've noticed.
You really think so?
Yes. Yeah.
Because right, I met one medical doctor, right, here in here in America, Nigerian, right, he owns 3 surgeries, right, and I said to him, like, couldn't you do this back home in Nigeria, right? And he said, yeah, because they don't have the opportunity, so they come abroad. But he said that he does eventually intend on going back to Nigeria, building up, state-of-the-art hospitals back there for the locals. But because obviously the standard right there is just quite horrible.
Well, that's the thing. It's easier to do in the US
in the West.
or
They could easily
UK in the West in general. Yeah, like that's what I realized, that is very competitive in Nigeria. University, school, all these professions are very competitive, and so
Yeah, I agree.
and also like business is also harder to do as well. So when you have the quote unquote best of the best leaving, yes, I will say that there are higher class people who are leaving, but
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, the best of the best are still here, and
I don't know.
those who left, majority of them plan to come back anyways. Now,
I
I'm not
mean,
sure
but
how many
okay,
would come back, but
that is
I do
true.
think that
Okay, TBC, that is true, right? But
yeah,
it's usually
yeah,
their old age, right? I
yes,
mean,
that's the
like a lot of my mum's friends that are now retired because she's now in her early 60s and that, right? You know, those that are lawyers and
mm,
accountants, they put all their youth and energy in the UK sector. They did very well, you know, had high paying jobs in the city of London, and that now they're retired, you know, okay, cool. They're now pensioners and, you know, but what they did, right, they just took their money and, you know, they built properties back home.
UK, yeah,
And hey, but now that they're back in Nigeria, it's like their retirement home. They're
Retirement.
getting their pay. And I think it's also the
hmm
same thing as well for Jamaica and Caribbeans, right? You know, when they reach their old age, you know, they'll buy a home back, a nice home, and, you know, they settle down. But they're not working again. They're not contributing to the society anymore.
But I
So
guess the
it's,
the
that's
the
what I
important
always say. Oh,
I guess the important part though is that they've built the infrastructure, they built something because the even if they can't use it, that's not really the point. The point is others can use it after them. Because what I'm more thinking about is the usage of things after the fact. Because not we're not all gonna be here forever anyway, but it's like the things that's being done or the efforts that's being made or whatever, I'm just kind of thinking about who is going to benefit from those things, because so far most of the things that's been done or created in Africa, we all know Africa itself doesn't benefit very much from it. So
hmm
I'm kind
right.
of thinking like, now if we got, oh, we're doing well in education, we're doing well in STEM, we're doing well in okay, is that going to primarily benefit Africa, or is it like what I can see, seeing Chinese and other people come in there and they're kind of, you know, getting their footage, like is you know what I mean? I'm just thinking like, Africa, are they going to be building themselves up only to be benefiting yet another group of people again?
Right, right.
well, to address your questions, that's the thing. Okay, now your first question was about the brain drain thing. I've been thinking a lot about that as well, because if everybody leaves, then who is going to fix the country? Like Nigeria,
Right.
for example, or Ghana, or Kenya, or these other countries. Like, like if everybody leaves, who's going to fix the country? And
China will fix
secondly,
it. I'm just being
and
real. They'll come in like the British came in, and they'll make the same shit. They'll do the same shit. They'll be like, "We'll come
yeah,
fix it. We'll give you
well,
infrastructure. You have to be under us." That's what will happen.
yeah, I think it's already happening in East Africa. You see China
In
everywhere,
Kenya,
Kenya and all these other
particularly
places.
Kenya. Yeah.
Now, I think they will have a harder time in Nigeria, but we need to be careful. This Chinese
No, they love
expansion or whatever. Yeah.
I don't trust the Nigerian authorities. You give them a million, they will do whatever, pretty much. They're just shame.
Of course, yeah, of course.
But I have
And
often said, right, like Meftoy said earlier, right, yeah, they're all coming, right? It's like a brain drain. But we always say, right, look, the headquarters for Asians, right? They have Tokyo, they have Beijing, they have Shanghai. Whites, they have Berlin, they have London, they have Paris. What do blacks have? Do you guys get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Like you know,
Yeah.
one city in one predominant black country that we can be like, okay, this is us. This is our black.
Do you know what's funny, that you think of that, and the thing, I'm just gonna be real, the thing a lot of people like to imagine is some type of Wakanda shit, but it's
Wakanda,
like that,
yeah.
Right.
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's funny that we had to come up with a mythical fucking city, because that shit ain't here. You know what I mean? Like, if they come up with like some sci-fi city or something crazy like
Right.
that for Asian people, Shanghai's not far off. You know, Tokyo's
Yeah,
not
they
far
have
off.
Tokyo.
You know,
Seoul in South Korea. I mean, it even beats first world standard. And obviously, for Europe, right? Berlin, Paris, London, or that's in the white man's world. Blacks, what do we have? Not even one. And these ADOS people here, they're like, oh, well, we have
Atlanta.
I'm like, okay, but it's still in the predominant white. But I'm just like, no, I'm talking like, the headquarters for black people. It's gonna be Africa. for Asians is obviously in Asia. For whites, is going to be in Europe.
Do you know what's really silly, right? Even if not just thinking as bad as Wakanda, but at least somewhere that has some sort of basis that we can start from. I am thinking of like Nigeria, which has oil, right? At least there's a natural resource we could base off there. But we can talk about the best of us leaving, going to the West, getting the best educations and whatever, and maybe not applying it to our countries, which is true. But is it really them, or is it just more the people that are actually in control of running these countries that are the problem? Because let's say all these brilliant Western Africans, Caribbeans went back to Africa.
Right.
As long as those in charge are given those passes, signing those contracts, and taking, let's be honest, those payments from, let's say, the Chinese,
right.
I don't think it's going to make a difference, is it? But Nigeria has got a good shout because we have, for example, a natural resourse, i.e. oil. That's something to base something off. But
the problem with that, KB, one thing I want to say is, because you used an interesting term or the language, you said they in charge. I'm like, aren't they us? Aren't they the future? You got us, who's going to be the ones who the leaders. So when you say they, I'm like, aren't they the same your people? You know what I mean? They're our people. They're the ones in charge.
Yeah, it does feel like a they, because it does feel like those in charge of those in terms of like
they become
Ghana, Nigeria.
No, I agree. They become they, but before they were they, weren't they us? You see what I mean?
I can answer the question for you. For example, so in Nigeria, So in Nigeria, on paper, it's supposed to be a federal republic, and we're supposed to vote our leaders in. But we know that's not what goes on. So
yeah, I remember you talking about this again.
So when KB used they, he used it correctly, because actually, the people are not so much the problem. Now, don't get me wrong. We have cultural issues as well. We have cultural problems as well that we need to address. But for the most part, we have hardworking people who are willing to learn and like people who are willing to become something in life. So it's mostly the situation they're put in and the government that's the problem. Because then, when you put those same people in different countries, they tend to do better. They tend to flourish. They tend to, be productive in life. So I wouldn't say the average person in Nigeria is the problem. I think it's mostly the government and the situation they're put in. So, like KB said,
yeah, go on, sorry.
Oh, no worries. So, like KB said, it's more so the leaders. Like, they benefit for themselves, and they're very corrupt. Like, it's very easy to bribe them. Like, okay, for example, even now, on a day-to-day level, like police here, I can give a policeman 10,000 naira right now, and he would let me go, even if I just committed a crime and he saw me do it.
As well.
Yeah,
we do the same thing.
I've seen it happen several times. Like, literally, I'll be right in front of them. You'll give them 10,000 naira or 20,000 naira or 30,000 naira, and they'll just let you go and keep quiet.
Yeah, something
of
that
course
will get you in serious trouble.
So
in the way. Right.
Yeah, so small things like that lead up to, and just to show you the amount of corruption and injustice that's going on in this country. So that's why.
If that's because it sounds to me like if that's the case, obviously, because I've said to a lot of times, I've listened to a lot of Americans talking panels about, we need our own country, we need a sovereign nation, we need these things. I get where they're coming from because of what you just said, Vincent. Asians and all that, they have those things.
Those cities, right?
Right, and they have these powerhouses, right? Now, what I always, I try to not be pessimistic with it, but I'm just being realistic. I'm just thinking, well, everything needs an underclass. It needs, you can't have, like, we talk about like classism, capitalism, but it's not just in each country, it's global because there's global trade now, which means there's a global hierarchy, as we all know as well. So it's like, if people are benefiting from Africa being where it's at, it does not benefit them for Black people to suddenly just have this powerhouse that benefits themselves, because that just makes you another competitor on the world stage. So with the stuff you're talking about, I would wager that it ain't even, these leaders and all these different people, it's like they're going to get paid off. And if you was to try and people in those countries to try and change that situation, it probably would have a lot of I don't know if they'd be able to do it because it just create issues for the other nations in the world, not just China, but America as well, and probably the UK. You know, like a lot of countries are benefiting from the system that we've got right now. So you create this big issue when you try to get that power for yourselves. So I think just in general, Black people are in a really tough position because this is probably why so much individualism seems more logical sometimes, man, because it's so difficult to create a collective. And as I said earlier, you got even collectively, there's all these fucking tribal things where Black people always got beef over the dumbest shit. And it's like, and it's not just about tribes in Africa. Tribalism is everywhere, even in inner city gang culture. That's tribalism as well. Look at what we got here in London. Motherfuckers beefing over postcodes that they never made. The fuck? Like the type of thing
Yeah, I know.
we
I've heard
get
about that.
into shit over is beyond dumb. And it's not to say Black people, it's not exclusive to us. Europeans were warring with each other. It's not exclusive to us, but it's like we're perpetuating it the longest and to the littlest effect. You know, it's like, what is it? It's not gaining us anything, but I don't think we're going to be able to change it like that. But then even when I imagine like a collective of Black people who are forward thinking, trying to come together, even that, I can't see how far it would go because of these other nations who are way more powerful. They're not going to allow that shit to take off. I don't know, man. Like sometimes I wonder how exactly it would even work.
Thank you. Fiona said exactly what yours myth twist, that people are tribal, but they can come together when it counts and create. I mean, look after World War II. Look at the UK because they were bombed to hell. Germany, they went through recession. Look at Germany, France, Italy, all these countries here. They've rebounded after war. I'm like, even though they may not like the French don't like the British, the French don't like the Germans don't like all this, but they still can come together when it counts under maybe the EU or whatever it may be to trade with each other and actually look at the countries. These are countries which a lot of, let's be honest, Black people are flocking to. So it's just like tribal, even being tribal, it's like, can we at least come together at least to do something that's actually worthwhile? And that's the difference.
That's the thing.
No, go ahead.
My apologies for cutting you off. But that's the thing. Black people take everything and make it 10 times worse for no reason too. And it's always something stupid like, this is I'm Nigerian, you're Ghanaian, so I'm going to hate you for some reason, or you're Caribbean, I'm African, I'm different, I'm the good Black, and you're the bad Black, so I'm going to hate you as well. It's something so stupid every time, and I'm not sure if, because at times I feel hopeless at times because it's like the stupidity I see online and in person as well is just ridiculous. So, but at the same time, I do have hope because, like you said, these countries are benefiting, like US, Denmark, Germany, UK, obviously. Asian countries are going to be benefiting soon, like very soon. So if Africans were to rise up, then that would disrupt the system or whatever situation these countries are benefiting from, which will cause a change, and hopefully that change can drive and make other countries, other African countries, other African nations to rise up as well. Like I was just thinking of a situation that happened recently, like about 2 months ago or so, where the president of Ghana said that he's no longer sending cocoa to Belgium as well.
Yeah, that's right.
That was something nice to see for a change.
Yeah,
What is that? Belgium?
Yeah, it was Belgium.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not sending or trading cocoa to Belgium anymore. And I will say this: Ghana is doing way better than Nigeria at the moment right now. Ghana, that'll be decent president in lead. We have Buhari.
It's our new president. He's quite progressive thinking with him, but you see him, the problem. See, you're right, because I wouldn't say he's quite young, but he's quite, again, he thinks a bit differently. But you see, the problem is we've seen this before. This is the problem. These are small steps. Yeah, it's good because you bring up a good example. Everybody knows this phrase Belgian chocolate, but no one really thinks about the fact that the cocoa for Belgian chocolate is actually from Ghana, but Ghana gets no props from it. So I'm glad you brought that up. And that's why he made a point of saying, yeah, no more trade. We're not like Belgium, that you're gonna have to export it from somewhere else. But that's little things to a bigger problem, because okay, Belgian chocolate might take a hit, but Belgium, the economy is not going to suffer. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm thinking.
Well. See. I use that example to show you like if
How?
yeah. So if that happens more often, then we can make a change. And also, actually, Belgium economy will take a hit because
they
I think
do chocolate. Yeah,
because they export the largest chocolates in the world. I think so. They do actually make quite a bit of money from it. So
I mean, the last place I'd be worried about is Belgium. I get it in terms of like the it's like a symbolic like kind of gesture, and I get it, but it's like ultimately the countries you need to worry about. Belgium is not really up there, man. Like, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's like Belgium's not the people who are really about to try and take shit over. So I ain't really. I mean, that's like like who's worried about Belgium? You know what I mean?
Okay, so. It wasn't so much about Belgium; it's more to show you the example of like them rising up and making a change for once. But yeah, I do agree. Belgium is not Belgium should not be our main focus at the moment. But
do you know what? Do you know what? France is a big problem in West Africa. I've got to say they need to be addressed. Them because they've got their hands in West Africa so bad. It's
they're part of the reason.
If this country I hate. Okay, so if there was 5 countries I hate, it would be France. It would be it would be France. It would be Belgium as well. UK. I'm sorry, but like the white British people. I'm sorry as well.
Wow.
Yeah, and US. Like I'm sorry, but I almost forgot China. I have to say it. China and Japan as well. I don't really.
Japan.
China needs to be at the top. That's all I'm saying. China needs to be at the top. That's fine. You can hate the UK, but I just hope China's up.
China,
No. Okay, so I was more so saying historically, like the UK colonized us, like
one of the worst
places
historically on planet Earth, honestly. Yeah.
Yes, and France is just man, they're a problem actually. They're everywhere. They were in Haiti. They're even in Ghana, even in some parts of Nigeria, and then in Cameroon, Togo, all these other countries. They're just messing things up. So.
I think the
French do need to be addressed. Yeah,
the French were the worst slave masters. You know how we talk about slavery?
Yep, I said it all the time. They were the worst. They were the worst.
They were the worst. It was the French, the Portuguese, then the British, then the Americans. In terms of how harsh they were to slaves, it was that bad.
Yeah,
you know, I always talk about just slavery in the US. Like, slavery existed all throughout the Western Hemisphere, but the French were the worst.
Right.
So please, people.
Yeah, I agree. The French took what the Portuguese did and made it like 10 times worse or 5 times worse or whatnot.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
So absolutely. I kind of want to sort of wrap this up a little bit because it's 3 hours and a bit of a half now. So I really do thank everyone for joining the chat. And Vincent, again, big up to yourself for really, putting yourself out there in a vulnerable moment. I hope it's been very, very eye-opening for people in the chat and people in the panel. Hope it's been really good in regards to stigmas and mental health, because one thing I kind of just to end up on, I suppose, is the question is, do you see a lot of these social stigmas about just how to act? Do you still see that as a younger generation? Do you see the younger generation changing in terms of being a stereotypical youth, or do you still? Did that question come out right?
I mean, yeah, it did.
It did.
I don't know if KB wants to go. Then we'll go KB, me, and then Black Commander.
Yeah, okay, go. KB, yeah.
KB, gonna go.
Ask the full question again. I was typing at the same time. Go on, bro. I heard younger generation.
So the question is, do you think the younger generation are still going through the same issues of being stereotyped like we did when we was younger in terms of how to act? Let's be honest. Even though we had that cultural, maybe upbringing, there still was that kind of pressure to, if you were black, you had that sort of, you need to be a certain way. Do you think the younger generation are going through this still?
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I didn't think they were, but I think they are. Do you know what? In a different sort of way, but I think they are as well. And I'm trying to find it as well because I literally watched a video yesterday of I think they're Gen Zs type of age, and what are they called? Hold on, I'm trying to find it. But basically, there's
right.
Gen Z, bro, Z.
Anyway,
Anyway,
my bad. I'm so sorry. I've become American.
no, it's all right. It's all right. No, I'm just mocking it. I'm mocking it.
Z.
I know.
You're right.
But basically, they encourage people of their age to look up Black history and stuff, and quite a few of them will give in their sort of accounts of feeling very sort of Black. So they go for the racist part. The terms of the stereotypes. Yeah, I think they do. I think even more so, because if you think about the younger ones, a lot of them have just had a certain influence. Anybody that's like,
because like drilling stuff, I mean, let's be honest, that's going to be heavy, and that's worse than when I was growing up, because I grew up on like garage, so I was like so solid crew, that kind of stuff, and obviously transitioned to grime.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
nowhere near as bad in terms of drill. So you know what I mean. And obviously, for Black people, music is the underbelly of our culture. So,
and the females even more so as well. I mean, look at the last.
Oh yeah, good point.
Sort of decade. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, people have caught onto, latched onto what's cool is associated with Black, but look what's become known as Black. Do you know what I mean? It's not. Yeah, so I think the younger generation got it worse. I feel for some of the Gen Zs, but I do have some hope, because quite a few of Gen Zs do seem to have a lot of sense in their heads. So I do have as much hope for them as well. I do have to say, some of them do pleasantly surprise me. Like, for example, some of you guys up here. So, like, yeah.
No, cool. Myth Twist, what's your thoughts?
Well, I think the stereotypes are still there because I grew up with them, so they're definitely there. They haven't slowed down really too strongly. I think there is a bit of a difference just because with the internet stuff, you get more exposure to different types of people, so you realize, oh, you don't have to be this type of way to be successful. There's just more references now, so people can see there's different types of Black people, and not everyone has to be the same in order to achieve things. But even with all that, there's still an overall image and presentation and way of being that if you don't fit into that, you're still gonna get called whatever. So that's never. I don't see that going away anytime soon. It's definitely going away with the Zillennials. So that ain't happening. At least not now. Maybe the young Zillennials. But I don't know. I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because people are always going to look for a reason to make distinctions between who is this and who's that and what's real and what isn't. Unless Black people kind of get rid of that, this is what a real Black person is mentality, it's not going anywhere. And it's not gone right now. It's still very strong here. If you listen to music, doesn't matter if someone's 18 or, you know, older or whatever, they're still talking about what's a real nigger and what's not, and people being fake and you ain't Black and da-da-da-da. You guys were talking about it earlier. There's still the distinction of tribalism between African Americans and people from Africa, and you ain't Black because you ain't American or blah, blah, or whatever. Even in the UK, there's still some people in this generation who are unsure or uncomfortable calling themselves a Black Brit or whatever. It's not as bad, but it's still there. And so long as that exists, these stereotypes will continue. The music is, yeah. I mean,
that's what, yeah.
I mean, the fact that it is what it is pretty, you know. But I think the main thing that, like, I don't know personally. I heard a live stream the other day where I heard some guys talking about Gen Z, and I've noticed a lot of older people are very optimistic about Gen Z, and I'm not really sure why.
I agree.
Because personally, like, being in as a millennial, I don't have as much hope. Seeing up close, I don't think I'm seeing whatever you guys are seeing, because what I'm seeing is a lot of perpetuation of the same shit. The only thing that seems to be considerably different is the fact that there's the dating out. That seems to be like the main thing that seems to be a significant difference. But the mentality, a lot of them are dumb. A lot of them I think people are mistaking the fact that we're competent with technology as meaning we're smarter or something. And I don't think, I feel like any generation that had grown up with the shit we've grown up with, like your generation, where Matt has been, like the older millennials, Gen Xers and stuff, if they'd grown up with the shit we have, they'd probably be the same as us, and maybe better, because if you had that more conservative culture as well around it, you might have had more direction with it. With my generation, a lot of people are really just
That's a very
wayward.
good
They don't know
point.
what
That's a
they're
very good
doing.
point.
They're just all over the fucking place, man. And it's not our fault entirely, but it is something I think doesn't get considered, because I can say right now, it's hard in this generation sometimes to focus. Like if you in previous generations, you go to school because you ain't got much other options. If you don't go to school, you don't have to go. Like in my generation, you're seeing a 12-year-old Minecraft YouTuber making money, and you're thinking, well, fuck school then. You know what I mean? So it's. I think we have to wait, because I see a lot of people in my generation are making some decisions that I think in the next few decades we're going to look back and think, whoa, we fucked up. That's honestly, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I honestly do believe that. And so to do the stereotypes, I think it's still there, and I think we're forming some new things, but I don't know, we'll have to see. We're definitely broadening what black is for sure. I will say that you see a lot more black people embracing other cultures, but I see it as we're mixing more with other cultures in a way rather than anything else. I don't know, that's what I'm seeing.
Well, just to add to your statement, I do agree with you for the most part, but I will say that around 5% of Gen Z actually have, I guess, potential, and that's why you see older generations. Like, there's something different about them. I think that's where the older generations get the hope factor and whatnot.
But what is it that's different though? Like what specific? Because it just sounds like we're being mystified as like these. I don't know. Like it just sounds odd to me.
Well, mindset and then opportunity to succeed. I think that's the main thing.
I think that's
Because,
what it is. I think it's the opportunities that didn't exist.
Right.
Every single generation has more opportunities because of technology. Like you said, you could be a 12-year-old Minecrafter making millions. Maybe there's opportunities that people think I don't know why. People always think more opportunities. Oh, that means you're going to be good. Or it could be the complete opposite. But yeah, so I think, is that what it is?
Well, I mean, to be fair, sure, yeah, we have more opportunities, but you have to remember it's a double-edged sword. We also have more opportunities to fuck things up as well.
That's it.
That's true as well. And also, many of our generation are not really focused. They're just into stupid things and wasting their time.
It's a mad thing, because a lot of the older generation don't know how to guide us through this digital age, and that makes it difficult. Because like I said, I remember I spoke to one guy before who was a fair amount older than me, and he was like, older people are always going to know what's right. And I'm like, well, that's very, like in every generation, the youth are always going to be thinking like, oh, the elders don't understand us and blah blah blah. That's no different. Like I don't know why people think it's just millennials. It really annoys me. but the thing is that it happens with every generation. But the difference is that our generation is the first, where as a young person you really can do shit older people couldn't do, and I think that's why now it's actually. It seems like a good thing, but I think it creates a gap that's kind of dangerous, because like I said with the example, if I'm young and I can see I've got the opportunity by playing a video game all day, because when I was playing video games all day back in the day, my parents were always like, oh, why are you playing these games? You need to go outside. And YouTube wasn't what it was now, so they didn't understand when I was telling them, oh, but you can get things from this. See, now most people get it a bit more because it's out there, so they understand, oh, you can be a gamer and do these things, blah 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 blah. But there's still that creates like an issue, because now it's like, do I need to go to school? You probably should, but it's like, even with parents, they might not some of them might not know what the fuck to say anymore, because they might be like, boy, well, my son plays Fortnite all day, but he did show me that people can make this their career, so I don't know. Like, it's just a very confusing time right now, I think. And I don't think people think of that as much. They just think, oh, Gen Z, they're on Instagram, and I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I just think it's too much mysticism, personally.
Particularly when you understand this as well, it's not like it's just younger people on these platforms. The people my age, older, who also are, because think about it, the Generation Z are looking up to the millennials who paved the way for this digital age of being YouTubers, gamers. It's our generation who are like the top boys, if you want to call them like that, who've done it. So even though the younger generation are definitely seeing it, don't get, it's like there's still people who are at my age and older who are still trying to do that still. So there's so much competition out there, and like you said, opportunities to succeed, opportunities to fail as well. So absolutely, Vincent, your last thoughts on this. What do you think?
I kind of forgot the question, so we were.
No, so the question was about the stereotypes. About do you see this still as an issue, particularly for the younger generation, or do you see the younger generation changing in ways that probably you didn't experience at your age, for example?
I mean, pretty much like what Mefto has said, right? It sometimes weirds me out when I even hear my mum saying, "Oh, your generation now you have this and that," right? It's because of the opportunities that we have, and I still think that we're gonna still make the same mistakes. That's just how life is. I mean, obviously now we know a lot better, right? Every generation, they know what to do best, but yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say to that. I agree mostly with what Mefto and even what KB said and TBC, but that's I have to add to that.
Cool. And I always think that just because I don't know, it's just going to be one of those things where to separate yourself from being black or whatnot, there'll always be that what's the word rule? What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a rule book where it's like an unofficial rule book where people have to follow that you are black or that you are from here.
Right.
I think that would always be with us just because
it's always going to happen, right? It's always going to exist.
It will just evolve. It will just evolve into something different. Like,
well, and it's even here as well with Americans here as well, right? They do it as well to some that are predominantly raised in the white suburbs, right? They outcast them as well. But.
Yeah, and the thing is what makes and I see it, and the thing what makes it worse is I do see in other races, but I don't know if I don't see it as much in terms of you're called, you are not black. Like I'll hear white people say you're a type of white. I won't hear them say you aren't white. You know what I mean? I think it'd be definitely more of an elitist type mentality. You're lower class, upper class,
right?
And so if I won't see it, you're not white. I don't see it that way. I could be completely wrong, but I always see with black people, the first thing they'll attack you on is you are not black. That's the first place they'll go. Wherever something's different, you're just not black, or you're just not one of. It's crazy, but it is what it is.
Well,
so go on.
Okay, thanks. Well, to answer your initial question, if like black people are still doing this, oh, you have to be this way to be black type thing, definitely yes. And well, from what I hear and what I've seen in the UK and US, it definitely is a thing. Where if you talk a certain way, then you're not quote unquote black, or if you don't act a certain way, you're not quote unquote black. And it's always something negative. Like I don't know if you realize that, like you have to act like a thug to be black, so quote unquote. So I mean, that's definitely still going on with Gen Z as well. Now, is it more or less than the older generation? I can't really speak on that because I wasn't born back then, but I don't know. That's one thing.
I think that's always kind of existed in a way, particularly when we interact with other groups. As I don't know, when it always have to be either extra cool. It's never you have to be a good study. It's never you have to be if you could speak. If you can articulate yourself well. There's always seems to be a case of you trying to act more white to your white side. So I don't know.
Obviously, as I said, right, I already narrated, what my experience is, right, how, I had that growing up, right, always told, there was one word which I've forgotten now, it was like, if you're, I don't know, KB, were you raised in London, right, in South London?
No, West, but yeah, I was in South quite a bit as well. But yeah,
okay, right. It's just growing up. There was this word that they used to throw around. I can't remember. It was so popular back in the day. I guess it's just like not trying to call you a coconut, and it's not an Oreo. There was another word that they
what a bounty.
Bounty.
No, I can't remember what. I don't know. It might have been specific to Croydon, but it was just because the way I spoke and the way I would answer questions and that they'll try and mimic me, right? They'll be like, "Oh, miss, the answer to that is Tita." You know what I'm saying? I don't right, and I was often told that like I'm like the male version of the on the phone operator, and it'll be like, please press 1 for this, please press 2. Right, I'm like the male version of that. So do I see that going away? Probably not, because I was last in London last year, shortly before COVID. I had to pick up some documents from my old secondary school in Croydon, and I saw some of the kids, and they were just, excuse my language, niggified, right? Their hairstyle and that, which back in my time when I was growing up, you had to have like
back in my time. That's hilarious.
Okay, what is the UK version of that? I don't know, because I'm living in the US. I'm picking up US slang. Is there like a?
No, I was just referring to the fact that we're both in early 20s, and you're saying back in my time.
I know.
I did not hear that.
I kind of do a bit as well. I'll be like, oh, back when I was younger, and I'm like, and then people be like, you are young, and I'm like, oh, you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much as well, TBC, for mentioning it. I don't know, just sometimes, look, I would love to do a live stream with KB or White Man, as you guys ever talk about colorism. I'd like to expand more on that, because, Fiona said, oh, my type, I'm like most other black men, because I said I have a big crush on Hillary Clinton or people like Rihanna, so I really want to, I'd love to dive into this.
By the way, I'll just say this. This is
we can slide into pictures, because I'm just saying, Fiona, I would love to have a conversation with you, KB, and even Miftua, just to get you guys' thoughts and opinions on this. I want to know if I actually am a colorist or not. I don't know. Let's talk about it.
No, we'll do it. And if you're a colorist, then so am I. So yeah, we'll definitely talk about it.
All right, we'll have to do this. Right. Okay. So no, men are visual. You think her look is also classy with family pressure?
Ban all that, Vincent. I was gonna say to do with the I was gonna say because I was gonna say something to do with what you said about the when you came to London and the way people. So yeah, again, I had the same thing as well in school as well. Like same thing, you get called a neek, whatever. But in London, right now that's just how it is still. But it just actually made me think of something that I never even thought of, to do with the question of like, is it changing? Well, here's what's funny. So here specifically in London, it's expanding, I would say. I remember a few years ago when I was doing my A-levels. And not even when I was in university, so even more recently than that. And I remember there was a white guy that was there. Now this dude was like the whitest of white, like white. You know what I mean? When you think of a white English, that's for him. Yeah. This dude had the nerve to say to me, he was like, "You're like the whitest black person." Bear in mind, I'm not. But he's like, "You're like the whitest black person I've ever met." And I'm like, "Hold up, bro." I'm thinking, firstly, you ain't met a lot of black people, clearly. But secondly, like, what nerve do you have to be saying that shit to me? Now, the thing that what it made me think, though, is it actually is expanded. Like, we're thinking, oh, black people say it. But to be honest, it's gotten to the point where the black culture, particularly the urban culture in the UK, like with the drill and all that, many people in our generation are in that now. Asian people, like not necessarily they're drillers, they're not drillers, but I'm talking about they're influenced by it, fashion wise, how they talk. It doesn't matter what their background is, whether they're Bangladeshi, whether they're Asian, whatever. A lot of them are being influenced by it to the point where they, like, sometimes I can't tell if I just hear a voice, I don't even know what ethnicity the person is anymore. Like it's actually what it's like now to an extent, and it did change very recently, because when I was in secondary school, it wasn't like that. Like the Vietnamese kids in our school, even though they grew up in South, they still kind of their own thing. But then now, I've noticed in the few years since I've been out of school, like it's already shifted quite heavy. Even Asian girls are more likely to date a black guy than before. I'm talking Oriental. Like that wasn't really there. You know what I mean?
Yep, I know. I agree with you, Meftois, because like it was my mate that was telling me that like now in Norbury Manor and all over South, a lot of Asian girls on that, and I'm just like, are you kidding? Because obviously I've been away from for the past 5 years, so I haven't really been in the UK like that, so I wouldn't know. Obviously, if I was living there, I would have known all of this. And I was just like growing up, like Asian, they distance themselves from like you will never ever catch an Asian girl with a black guy. And you know, it was really when I first met KB and he was doing that live stream about Asian women and black men, I just could not relate, because I was like, look, especially when I was growing up during my A level, an Asian girl will never give a black guy the time of day. Like I can't even remember one scenario. Yeah,
I mean, I'll be clear, because I don't like to hype shit up. It's still mostly like this, but what I'm saying is there is definitely a noticeable difference. Like it's not as bad. There's definitely more of an open-mindedness across demographics. However, most people are sticking to themselves anyway. But this is what's interesting about it. They're sticking to themselves, but they're still taking the urban image and the culture.
Right.
It's mad. Like they'll be like on the path to becoming like like going into like medical, like doing medicine shit, but they're still moving like they're on road. It's a madness. Like
It's funny when I grew up, and because I grew up I went to an inner city school where it was predominantly white, Asian, and black. Well, white, Asian, then black, and a lot of the inner city like Asians, they were like black acting, especially Pakistani of descent. So I'm like, So I'm like, I've always grew up with inner city white boys, inner city Asians, inner city blacks, and then obviously you have those who aren't inner city. So it's always interesting how you say that. I'm like, I've always seen an element of that where I mean, at work, I know this girl, she's off, I think, Pakistani descent, and she's like, she don't date aged brown boys. She don't date brown boys at all. She doesn't like that. And she's like much older than me, but I was like, bro. So yeah, I have seen that just when I was growing up. So I don't know if it's getting that much bigger. I don't know, but I know where I'm from, I've seen that a lot.
Definitely the South Asian and stuff, but I'm thinking really heavily the Oriental Asians, because they were really removed from it, and they still are, but it's so odd, man. I don't know, man. It's so strange. But the main reason I brought it up was just to say that to do with the stereotypes and stuff. Even people who aren't black will still try and put you in that box.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's because black culture is popularized anyways, particularly with social media. The US and then the UK is getting more popular. Even that Tion Wayne song was a Body. That's like the #1 song right now, and it's like a lot of black culture in general in the UK is getting a hell of a lot more shine. So inevitably, that culture is going to spread to the masses. Who's consuming it? It can't just be black folk.
No, it's mostly white middle class, like as usual.
There it is.
I've recently been influenced by drill as well. I've been addicted to listening to drill. What's that popular one? I can't forget. I've just been listening to a lot of urban UK drill recently. I don't know, and I think it's because I'm trying to reconnect with my UK roots and culture.
But this is what, like, I just have to say, this is what to me is just fascinating, is that it's because the music itself, the production's like catchy and is like good, but it's the actual content. Like sometimes I'm thinking, why can't the content just be you going hard about something productive? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like you could have the same exact fucking beats, the same.
You could have the same flow, everything, just change the lyrics.
Yeah, there was a guy who did it about real estate, but it was a one-off, and I'm like,
yeah, it'd be a
bro, that shit was hard. Everyone liked it, so it's like, why can't you just do more of that shit? You know what I mean? It's so annoying, man.
I know.
Go on.
No, I hear you. And to be fair, a lot of the artists have always said this, that whenever they do rap about anything positive, it ain't gonna get the airtime. It's not gonna get the push. It ain't gonna get the marketing. And for whatever reason, it seems to be that loop where.
I don't believe
that's what I hear. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I know. I think they're bullshitting personally. I think a lot of them just don't have any other content to fucking talk about. I honestly think they just lack creativity, because truth be told, like, you're telling me that your whole life is drillings. Is that what you're telling me? Bear in mind, most of the guys who make this music, they aren't living that life. Let's just be real. It's like, we've got guys from West London who've never known nothing but just like middle class living, talking about being on peds. It's like, bro.
Not all of us, bro. Fucking hell.
No, I know it's not all of you, but it's like,
man, just baited out West, allow it, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's certain.
I know, I'm joking.
There's certain men in West that's like, it's like, bro, like, allow it, like. And the maddest thing is, and here's the maddest thing: this will be known to like people who are here. It'll be known, but they'll still get their ratings and stuff. Like, I've got friends who like will proper way more into this shit than I am, which is how I hear about most of it. But they'll be like, yeah, this guy, yeah, he got slapped up here, yeah. Like, and I'm thinking, but it's like you're still getting. I don't know. It's just it's odd in a weird way. It makes it seem like, all right, almost anyone could do something if they just strategize it correctly, which can maybe be a positive thing, but I don't know. I guess this is just an issue of the UK overall, where there's not enough innovation sometimes with certain things, and I guess with the black people here, it's just also going to be part of it as well. Like it's annoying. I don't know.
Can I? So what I'm previously gone.
My apologies, Vincent. But just quick question, a bit off topic, but what's the black population like in Leeds? That's the city called Leeds in UK.
That's way up north.
There's a black population in Leeds. So black people in the UK are in these places. They're in London, Birmingham, Leeds, Manchester, Sheffield, Notts, Bristol.
Okay, yeah.
So Leeds, there is a good population in Leeds.
Okay.
So,
because I know about London and Manchester, but not really up north like Leeds and other places.
Yeah. There is a black population in Leeds. I think do you know the YouTuber Franklin?
Franklin. He's not sure.
I'm pretty sure he was in Leeds.
That's way up north, right?
It depends what you mean.
Yeah,
way up
it
north.
is.
London is always north, is like past the M25. That's how you guys are. But it's West Yorkshire, which is it's north. It's north. It's classified as the north.
Right. Yeah. I have one question, right? So taken away from all of this, right? I take it that so essentially we're addicted to toxicity, right? Like, seeing all of this.
There's a specific phrase I've heard which I think fits a bit better, which is that it's like trauma porn, basically. Because even things like slavery, like I wouldn't say doing historical things on slavery is toxic, but we do have that addiction to that type of narrative, and it's like this trauma kind of narrative based shit rather than any kind of positive celebratory stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that falls into the stereotypes of being black. It's like you'll never get other groups at least promoting music and content like this. They may listen to it, but not promoting that kind of stuff. So that's what separates us. Right, we're getting to the 4-hour mark, and I kind of want to wrap it up. No, it's fine. The chat's gone into a different direction in regards to Pastor Johnson, which I have heard about, and I'm gonna do a video on this or something like this. A lot of people are saying it's shame, good. It's on her because she's people call her racist. She's a Black Lives Matter activist, and she's been very vocal. I did the video on her on one of my
UK. What she? I mean, call me ignorant or not, right? But it just kind of shows when I keep hearing about gun deaths, and it's just not something that I'm used to. It's more knife crime. It's here in America. I'd expect that, but I guess that's not really the case, is it, nowadays? So,
I mean, obviously, it's not as prevalent just because of the fact of the matter is knives are more prevalent. But yeah, you do see it. So it is what it is. But again, I've always said this: a lot of things happen in the UK, which unless you don't look out for it, it gets swept under the rug. So that's one of the reasons why I like trying to uncover these little gems and stuff, because a lot of people don't know what goes on just because a lot of things don't get promoted enough. But especially what happens to us as black people, good or bad or indifferent. But yeah, unfortunately.
That's so sad. What happened to Sasha Johnson? That's just tragic.
I mean, I think she's in critical condition. I don't think she's dead. I mean, I think unless Falcon Black, you give me an update. Is she died or is she? Last time I heard she was in critical condition in the in hospital. So
that's still fucked up, though. I mean, like, for what purpose did you get? I mean, I don't know anything about what she was doing, but it's just, I don't know, man.
I've heard about her before.
She got arrested.
Very radical. She's radical.
Hella radical. She called the black guy a coon, actually, funny enough.
Yeah, I
can imagine you being on that on the end of that tirade, because the guy was asking why he's so angry. And I was like, I'm angry because of this. But yeah, so if you type in a name, then you'll
she is in critical condition, so hopefully she survives. But damn, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was by a black guy for some
I bet
reason.
it is. I bet it is. I bet it is.
I mean, I don't think of. I mean, I don't know. I ain't gonna say it wouldn't be a white top guy to do it, but it's just like, unless they wanted to really fucking make things tense, I don't think.
You know what? I was just reading as well. She got shot. She got shot in Peckham as well. I'm reading it now. It was in Peckham she got shot. Mad.
Are you serious? In a predominant.
Yeah, it was no.
Wow.
Heartbreaking, man. It's heartbreaking.
Sorry, not to cut you. I'm just looking it up. Carry on.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm going to end the stream right now. To be fair, so
right.
thank you. Really, really good stream. Big up to everyone on the stream. Vincent, thank you for participating, opening up. I do appreciate it. Thank you to the panel, obviously KB, Myth Twist, Black Commander. Appreciate you all here. And Patrick, you did seem to just disappear, never came back. So maybe next time. But thanks to chat. Please like the stream, share, subscribe if you are new. Appreciate the chat. Falcon Black, Skittles, Man Reloaded, Fiona, Brenda, everyone's in the chat. Can't pronounce your name, my friend.
And let me know when you're going to do the next live stream, because that's something I do really bad. Or maybe KB might host. I don't know, either one. That's something I'm very, very. And I hope Fiona's there. So see you later, Fiona. See you, everyone.
Oh, which one? Do you mean the colorism topic?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's best if KB hosts it, to be fair to you, because you two are the colorists. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm not.
Wait, what?
You know what I mean? I like sister. I ain't a part of this.
Fiona, make sure.
Man, just baited out clean, you know. Oh my days.
Make sure that you guys subscribe to KB Jones so that you know when he has his next live stream. Especially you, Fiona. KB Jones.
Please. Yes, I will do the colorist stream as I'm #1 colorist. I will do the colorist stream.
Here it is.
Wait, just really quickly though. Wait, so White Maz, you really think that I'm a colorist and also Myth Twist? Like what's she?
What? Why am I being brought into this? I didn't say shit. I've been over in the corner, bro. I didn't say shit about colour. But you already know I got your back, man. I don't give a fuck, like.
I appreciate that, I do. And you, White Maz, really? I'm like, all right.
I think you're a colorist denier, but I think you are.
Serious. All right, KB, make sure let all of us know. Like, put a 3-day reminders so that I can schedule, my whole time just based on this, because I'm going to be there. Like, I need to.
I will.
We are going to go into the psyche of, pretty much.
I'll be that guy. When it comes to these kind of topics, I'll be that guy. I'll be like, yo, I'm gonna ask you some questions. So
and especially Marathon Man. I also want.
Where's Marathon?
No, he knows. He knows it's coming.
Oh, no.
We've got heard from it.
He's like, fuck all of that.
He owes us a talk, doesn't he, Vincent? He owes us a talk, man.
Yeah, he did. He's been making videos. I mean, I've been commenting here and there, but I don't know. He's just been, I don't know. But yeah, exactly, Fiona. Yeah, the psyche of the black man, I guess. We will go into it on KB Jones. We'll talk about, the whole chemistry, like why are black men the way they are.
Just quickly.
Chemistry.
We'll talk about it. So yeah, black men, we will be in the hot seat on that one, and you can grill us and all right, because I've seen you do it to King Richards. But much love to everyone. Cheers, good night, thank you very much, White Matters, KB Jones, Myth Twist, TBC, everyone. Much love to everyone.
Black Commander, you're gonna say something briefly. You're gonna say something. I just heard.
Yeah. So White Matters, thanks for having me on your stream. Glad to be here. And I've actually learned a lot about the UK from your channel. So thanks again.
Awesome. And obviously you're welcome back. So this channel's a safe haven for a lot of people. Obviously those who are respectful. So but yeah, my UK brothers and everyone else. But diaspora wise, it's all good. So thanks for being here, and obviously you're welcome back anytime. But yeah, thanks everyone to the chat. Again, I appreciate the stream. We've gone on for like 4 hours now. So I'll wrap it up right now. So have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you on another one. Until then, we're out.
Peace.
Thanks, bro. Peace.